this whole tilt thing here that I've been doing this past year, I got the idea from Bilu. I'm not kidding.
Fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Well, are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Well,
sound level.
I might be performing some sort of circular logic fallacy, but honestly, I don't care. I mean, the math for the globe kind of helps us to even understand the globe even more.
Talking about the water level over, over that distance.
Right, but we're using a tube that's solid, right? It's not gonna hump. It's not gonna slouch or bend or anything.
Well, I'm just talking about the water level.
Can I answer?
Who's that?
Yeah, go ahead.
It'll drop.
It'll drop. How much drop? Would you imagine?
8 inches per mile squared.
Wow. Kozlowski nutsack drop. Well, that's different than what Bryce just said. Bryce just said it would be horizontal over a mile. But you've got it dropping at what, 8 inches from where you're at, Brad? Oh, he's gone.
I got the whole thing still filled up with water, and perhaps on one end the water will be at a certain measurement. Perhaps at the other end the water is somehow undergoing a different force, being on a different part of the earth.
Oh. Brad? I think you've confused Bryce. I mean, he had a horizontal water level for a bit there, but you've just told him that there's a drop.
I don't want to steer him a certain way, but I think he's got it wrong.
Okay, but you have the water level dropping away from where you're at rate of 8 inches. So let's say you go for a mile, right? You walk along to this water level, to the other end of this mile-long water level, and it's 8 inches lower. Now, the bit that you've just come from, where's that now? Because don't forget, it was 8 inches higher than the other end. Now, you've walked all the way to the other end. Where's that water level now at the other end?
It'll be level.
It'll be level. It was 8 inches lower before. Is that what you mean by level?
Yeah, my level drops. It curves with the surface of the earth.
So if you walk a mile, you've dropped 8 inches. But then if you walk back again to your original place, like you would do with a level, you'd hope to check it and find it at the same point, right? That's how you close your loop within surveying.
Sure, it'll all be level. It'll drop from the horizontal, though. I kind of want to hear the other guy. Why don't you ask him some questions?
Well,
what's his name?
We just were Bryce.
Bryce.
Yeah.
Tell us what you think, Bryce. I think Bev knows how I stand.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I think on both ends the water would appear, it would look level.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the actual precise measurements would actually be.
So from horizontal though, the water level at one end of a mile, right? So you're establishing a horizontal. What sort of a tool would you use to establish a horizontal?
I might use some sort of, well, not to be redundant, but a level. Something that measures level and put it up against the water line.
Would you use a water level?
Well, I would use, just from my personal experience, I would use those oil carpenter tools, the level. the leveling off thing.
A spirit level.
I mean, you could use a plumb bob and then set up a T square and find level as well. I mean, there's a couple of different tools you can use.
Okay. So you would set a horizontal over the mile, and then you would put the water level up to it, right?
Yeah. Then I would make the measurements on both ends.
And what would you imagine?
I would imagine that the water would measure level on both ends.
As opposed to the horizontal that you've just established with other tools. Would the horizontal levels be the same level as the water level?
Yeah, I think they would square up.
So you think a bit differently than Brad, that you think that the water level is actually a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference?
Yeah. I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? Logically, that all the tools that are called levels that establish a level establish a horizontal plane of reference, right? Neither higher nor lower at either end. I mean, that's what level means, isn't it?
Yeah, I think anywhere you go on the Earth, you're going to be able to find what a horizontal thing is, and then water will generally, inside a cylinder, will appear to be level.
I just wanted to tell you is I invited Bryce Jones over here from Betty's server. I think he's been around for a couple of weeks, but he has some questions, but it sounds like he's been in all the wrong places for a decent answer.
What's up, Bryce? Any relation to Grace?
Hey, what's up? No,
Yeah.
really, no, not at all.
Okay.
I wish you did. Yeah,
What
it's just pseudonym.
are you standing on a ball right now?
Yeah, I think I'm on a oblate spheroid
Mm-hmm. What's that based on?
based on some normie basic bitch science, star observations, and the theory of gravity, which I think kind of explains how we stick to the ball and how we have an atmosphere and tides and stuff like that.
You sound like my friend Expo. You said stars and gravity?
I just wanted to say real quick too, just so you know, Bryce, a little bit of a disclaimer is it's not as harsh over here as 24/7. You won't get kicked for having a conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah, we love a conversation here.
There's a lot of bitchy females in the other one.
Yeah, we got one here.
Really?
And Christ
God,
cooks.
yeah.
I'd like to hear some questions.
Apparently, birth means like the Bible is invalid or something. That's the mental leap some of them make.
Did you say stars and gravity though, or like your main things? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So you're looking up instead of down.
If I'm looking up, yeah. I mean, I'll argue about looking at horizontal as well. I like both. I think they both are fine.
What about
Of course,
level?
if the Earth is really a globe, then both arguments are perfectly valid.
What about level?
Yeah. What about like looking at the ocean or?
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
we
Yeah, I
have a saying here, right? Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Would you agree?
Yeah, there's pretty good observations, pictures of people leveling, putting a straight line on the horizon and seeing a bulge for the ocean.
Oh.
I think that's, it's interesting. Helps to explain the globe Earth.
You said a bulge on the horizon?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never seen that. I've seen a circumference around me. That could be mistaken for. Oh, so you're saying like the water humps up or something?
Yeah, like it appears to be curving.
I've never seen that. I've been around the ocean my whole life. I've never seen that.
I've seen it when people. I mean, they are out there. People do a pretty meticulous job of setting up a camera in the horizontalness, and even with my own eyes, I think my eyes sometimes pick up a nuance there, a little curve.
Oh, you're talking about like black swan type things, where the one day the visible horizon is closer, and one day it's way too far, and
Yeah.
just depends on the atmospheric conditions.
Are you familiar with what? Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was to say, are you familiar with what a water level is?
Oh, you mean like a graduated cylinder, like the water?
Yeah, just a water level. Tube and files at each end.
Right, like I'm familiar with like an oil level, like what a carpenter uses.
Now this is a water level. Like there's like a long tube, and then at each end you'll have a vial, and the water between the vial at each end of the tube will equalize.
Okay. So you're going to argue that water always finds its level?
I'm not going to argue it.
Hey, I'm eating right now, so I'm gonna take a break for a second.
Okay.
You didn't bring enough for us, man? Come on.
What?
No, I'm not that generous.
Yeah.
Oh, bring any for us. I missed some of that.
I am hardwired in. I should be coming through okay.
Yeah. Right,
I can sing just to double check if y'all want.
I'm sure it was my. Not
Oh, really? I can sing a song if you'd like.
So Bryce is coming from the position that I think most people with the model belief come at this from. And it is purely based on the model belief.
Yeah, it's just mainstream. That's where he's at. He's not emotionally defensive or any of those, type of things.
Yeah.
That's good. He's actually probably right where we all were before we had that, oh my God moment,
Yep.
Yeah, well, I'd like to know obviously, most people, when they come to a place like this, people I'd say who are looking for something, they've either found something or they're looking for something. Mm-hmm. But there seems to be two different camps. Well, there's three camps, right? There's us. There's the heavily flat Earth ones, and the heavily globe Earth ones, and then there's different bits in between because nobody really knows what they are. I'd be interested to know why Bryce is here and what he's hoping to get from, like, not from this place, this sort of community or this sort of arena.
And this topic, yeah.
Because I guess that's going to dictate where we end up going, in the conversation, really.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you were like, a lot of people I see on the globe side are well educated and they hear about the topic, they come into it and they see some things that practical people see and they go, yeah, that's logical. That makes sense. Why was I even thinking like that before? Realizing that maybe they weren't thinking. They were just kind of following the lead, But then some people are not defensive and seems like they can use logic to acknowledge that there's reality and then there's a model, which is just a concept that people have in their brains about the world they live in, I thought you were about to talk or something, Buster. You unmuted.
Oh, no. Sorry, go ahead. I was just doing something else. I was going to mute in case I wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just don't want a monologue.
No, that's cool.
Then why? Why monologue?
Tell us your 12-part series about people who talk too much. Welcome to the 12-part series about you shouldn't monologue.
Except you would turn it into a 20-part series.
Yeah. With an additional volume.
P.S.
Yeah. Oh, did you say P.S.?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said G.S. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you might have thought I said B.S.
No. G.S. for God's scalpel, asshole. I'm going on mute.
Man, you got more names. You got more names than Beyonce. 1 minute he's Canadian Surveyor and God's Scalpel and Mad City.
I'm not the Canadian Surveyor. I don't know what you're talking about. That must be someone else. He must be a surveyor, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, with a name like
How
that.
would he have a name
Yeah.
like that if he wasn't?
Oh, yeah.
You don't just
I'm
hand
no-
those names out to the.
That's right. I'm no surveyor. That's not me.
You wouldn't false represent, would you?
No, God, no. I'm not him. How could I false represent? He might be false representing, but not me. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Man, what's happened to Redmond? Been in here and no talkie.
Yeah, he has a long day. You know, he gets up early.
He does tend to fall asleep in here quite often, does Redmond?
Yeah, we bore him to sleep.
We should have bets on what Bryce is eating, and then when he comes back, we'll find out.
Chicken and
Hopefully-
rice.
Hopefully, it's low carb.
Yeah.
I think it's pizza.
Pizza.
Yeah.
Last night, Redmond was having ribs, man. They look good, too.
Ooh.
They were good. You were over there creeping on
Yeah.
him too, or what?
I was sitting on his couch wishing I was on your couch.
That just sounds bad, dude. That sounds so wrong on so many levels.
That's why I record you guys.
That's disgusting.
Ah. Don't scare Bryce off.
Yeah,
What-
I'll end up
What did I walk
scaring
into here? The YMCA?
him. Yeah, YMCA. Let's all start singing to him.
Yeah, it's like it is to me. It's a funny one because I can't see the appeal for a Glober to come to this arena. Right? Is it like a model reinforcement thing, or is it a
Ego defense.
definitely inquisitive, or like do you get triggered out there by somebody and then have to come in here to reinforce what you think? And I'm sort of guessing it depends on which sort of place you go to.
I think that's a lower percentage of people when you get a good dose of the argument, logical argument. Yeah, I think some people spin off into that permanent globe head, angry, triggered, rumpus thing. You know, that's a very small percentage of people. I think a lot, and most people see it and go, "Huh, well, I'll be damned," and they turn around and walk away because it doesn't really matter to them either way for some weird reason. You know, oh, okay.
Yeah, what
You know,
does
that-
it matter really anyway? What's it matter?
I've said this before. That's like my dad. I went through some of this test, Beb's test and stuff, and he's like, "Son, level's level, and I don't care. Why do you care?" I was like, "Matters to me."
Yeah.
But then I think there's
But
that group that like us that they go, "Oh my God, I've got to start making videos and telling the world, and I've got to let everybody know that they're not on a ball. I mean,
I
am
enjoy
I wrong?
I enjoy the conversation. Just to have the conversation. I've never been one for evangelism,
Yeah,
but
not like that. No, not like I'm gonna beat you over the head. I'm gonna
Just
flat smack you.
just curious, did you say a group like you? Like are you like saying that you're so big you're a group, or what are you saying here?
Who said a group like you?
You did. You said a group like me goes out and evangelizes.
Oh yeah, well, I'm not like 3 different people on Discord, but yeah, I guess you could say that.
You're a pretty big deal. You're a group.
Mr. Big Deal.
Yeah.
It's bugging.
Anyway,
Sorry.
thanks for killing my
You're
train of
welcome.
thought.
You're welcome. Anytime.
No, I
Don't
think I was
mention
pretty
it.
much done anyway. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
don't mention it.
there's that group of people who are like, oh my god, this is logical. This makes sense. I've got to, tell my friends and family, and oh my god, they are all like, shut up, you're an idiot. We're on a ball. What the heck? It's funny the resistance you get. Chemo was talking about that one day. He's like, man, when I realized that I wasn't on a globe, I thought that I could go and tell people, and they'd be like, wow, thank you for telling me, But he soon found out that it was like, shut up. I want to kill you.
Don't
I live on a
fucking tell
ball.
me that shit. You crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not a flat earther now, are you?
Mm.
Yeah, that's what you
That's
get.
worse that's worse than living in an atheist household and telling them you found God.
Yeah, it's about the same, right?
Yeah.
That's funny because it's a deep-seated psychosis when you can say, hey, do you think ghosts are real? Yeah, maybe. Hey, do you think Bigfoot's real? Yeah, maybe. Hey, do you think aliens are real? Yeah, maybe. Hey, do you think that the earth is flat? Oh my god!
Yeah, I hate you.
I'm
You're so
gonna kill
stupid.
you!
You're an
Yeah.
idiot.
Yeah.
Get
You're
out of
like,
my
whoa,
house.
whoa, what was that buried down in there? What did they put down inside of your brain to trigger you like that?
You should stop saying the earth is flat. Just exchange that last sentence for level is horizontal. Right?
Yeah.
It's just a topic, though.
Yeah.
You know.
But that one, like, if you end it with the earth is flat, then that's like obviously a ridiculous statement. But if you end it with level being horizontal,
yeah,
everyone knows that. But like the implications once they follow it on,
Right.
they end up at the same place anyway.
I think you just told Bryce your end game now, Bev.
Well, he's already said that level's horizontal. He's already halfway there, right?
Just got to get him the rest of the
He
way.
may not have realised it, but
He
yeah.
doesn't realize the shit he stepped in.
After
After he's done eating his pizza, you'll let him know.
Pizza, a flat pizza. He's probably sitting there drinking a bowl of soup, and he's leaning it back and forth, and he's seeing how it maintains a horizontal plane.
Well, I was listening to him over at Betty's talk a bit, and he's like, he hasn't seen proof of the dome or the wall, the ice wall.
Forget
and
all
these things.
that.
And I'm like, these are all straw men. Like, that's not even. That has nothing to do with it, really. You got to start with your basics and figure out.
There's the dome. What do you call it? Snow globe crowd, and then there's the
Infinite
Earth
Plane
Pond.
Society.
Pac-Man.
Yeah, you can go on to that, right? Once you start off here, this is like the basic, grounds it, right? This is the basics. Once you've got the basics sorted, you can go off and do all of that shit. Right? That's all, like, that's definitely your own work, that.
Speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all speculation.
Facts. Like the outer ponder, the Earth pond thing.
But
you got a shoreline, and you got islands, and you got water.
But to start with those questions, you didn't start in the right with the right questions, right? You started way too advanced.
Yeah, you miss the basics.
Yeah, and if you're looking for those proofs to somehow prove to you the shape, then you've already lost. You'll never get it. You won't get firm understanding that way.
Well, if you want to know the shape of the Earth, you measure the shape of the Earth. You don't look at stars, and you don't just believe that there's some force called gravity, when in reality, gravitas is just weight and heaviness, and things fall down. You know, you don't believe in that magical glue gravity, and you don't look at the stars to try to determine the shape of the ground. You measure the shape of the Earth, you know, through surveying. It's all been
Right.
measured.
I've always said that if someone came to your house to put new flooring down and they started measuring your ceiling,
Mm-hmm.
are you gonna use them, or are you gonna say they're fucked, man? Why are they looking at my ceiling to put new flooring down? All right,
Yeah,
same idea.
you might wonder, like, you okay there, bud?
Yeah, why are you staring at the ceiling with your measuring tape? Are we gonna work on the floor today, or are you planning on painting the ceiling? I didn't ask
Yeah.
for that, but
I don't know
guess you
what you're
could.
smoking, man, but if you got any extra, you know, that's cool.
That's right.
Yeah. But that's what, you know, people can see the sky. Look, I can walk outside and see the whole sky, what I think is the whole sky. But I'm not a pilot. I can't see the ground. It's all been measured, though.
You're sir.
Yeah. Have a look in the chat there for these. The evangelists are breaking new ground. No doubt you've seen the hand on the forehead and all of that sort of stuff. But check that out in the live stream text there. That's oh, wait a minute, I'll put it in the. I'll put it in the debate
Yeah,
discussion.
don't forget about us.
Yeah,
us trolls. Me and my buddies. Yeah.
That's great. That. I mean, I know it's
For
like
suggestion.
a godless woman that's done it, but that sounds great. There's got to be some sort of a form of hypnotism.
It is, yeah. I've been around.
Suggestion.
Or a stage show, right? It's either... It always seems to be the same guy.
Yeah.
I went to those places growing up.
Oh, is that Rodney? Is that Rodney Howard Brown? Looks like
I don't know who the guy was.
You know, it's actually, I think it's a supernatural force, honestly, if you believe in that.
Nah, I think it's more suggestion.
Do you believe in, like, spiritual poltergeist type things? Ghosts or anything?
I don't know. I've never seen for myself. I've heard a lot of stories. Had a buddy, man. But I mean, I grew up in those churches.
Yeah, me too.
I've seen some crazy shit in Africa and some churches and stuff.
I've seen people healed underneath my own hand. I've seen people healed. But, you know, there's a lot of con men, a lot of crazy demonic type stuff too.
Seen some demonic stuff, but I think it's all down to just yourself, whether you are willing to accept it or not. Because a psychologist, like if you go to a psychiatrist, they can do the suggestion. What is it?
Hypnotherapy.
Yeah, well, they can do a test on you to see if you're suggestible or not. It's the whole.
Everybody is.
No, 80%.
Some degree. Well, to some
think-
degree, I think everybody is.
I think you are gods. Wouldn't you agree?
I think we all are. I just said
I mean, I
that.
think you are. Would you agree with that? The power of
No.
suggestion.
No, I'm not going to. Really. No.
The but sorry, go ahead.
Oh, nothing.
What's
I
up?
was just going to make a joke.
What's up,
The
Bryce?
test. Oh, is he back?
Oh, Bryce is back.
I'll shut up.
Yeah, shut up, Buster. Let's hear from
Shut
Bryce.
up.
What kind of
Shut
pizza
your
did you
mouth
eat,
when you're
Bryce?
talking to me.
What kind of pizza did you eat, Bryce?
No, I didn't eat pizza. I ate a burrito.
Ah, that was so
Yeah.
close.
I don't think
Burrito
anybody has
pizza,
that.
pretty damn close. You can roll a pizza up like a burrito.
I just realized the other day I'm a picky eater. I don't eat much of different things.
Burrito rules, man. I haven't had a burrito in years. Well, maybe a year.
Okay, they're still good.
Don't lie. You've had a burrito.
No, I really haven't, man, since I was on keto.
Oh, you're on keto.
Well, yeah, I've lost like 80 pounds, and now keto leaves you hanging, and you gotta switch to a low carb diet after that.
Yeah, I know.
It only takes you so far.
I'm familiar. Anyhow, moving right along. See what Bryce
It's a very
and
loud
you
cough
guys.
there.
Pardon me?
Guy's coughing up a lung.
Oh yeah, he'll be alright. He's just stroking out. So, what's your main questions about this whole conversation / argument / debate /
How did
Wait,
you
are
get here?
These mostly flat earthers? Or is this like 50% flat earther?
Nobody's a flat earther.
There's no
Everybody's
such
a
thing as
tard.
there's no
No,
such
I
thing
didn't
as
say
a,
that. I didn't say that.
there's no such thing as a flat earther. No such
There's a
thing.
flatter topic.
Listen, Bryce, I asked you to come here for a reason. You're going to get a different conversation than what you're used to. So,
Okay, because I'm used to like flat earth discussion.
well, you might label it as such, but the claim is there's no such thing as a flat earther.
Actually, he's right. Domes and ice walls and all that. Yeah, that is something.
That's flat Earth discussion, right? That is. But we don't do that here.
Okay.
Can I ask, like you came to the this arena or whatever? What made you come here, or into this community? Let's say.
I think I was in this other Discord to talk about Flat Earth Quantum Erasers Discord. I was in there.
Yeah, no, I
And
didn't mean
somebody-
like it necessarily here. I mean like into
Oh.
this whole thing. I mean, how did you get into QE's Discord?
I think I heard about him on The Right Stuff. You know that that website, therightstuff.biz?
No, no, never heard of it.
So on therightstuff.biz, there's this podcaster, his name is Johnny Monoxide, and he sometimes like delves into flat Earth stuff. And somebody in his comment section suggested Quantum Eraser's channel, and then I went to Quantum Eraser, then went to the Discord.
Right, so
Went
were
to the
you
24/7 Discord also.
were you curious as to what the flat Earth was about, or were you curious as to you wanted to reinforce your globe model belief?
I think at one time I was like 30% flat Earth and then 70% believing in the globe, and then I eventually became like 100% globe after.
Believing in the globe, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
believing in globe, being a globe tard.
Well, I don't like to say that, but like you acknowledge it's a belief, right? You have
yeah.
no firm knowing or no proofs of the globe that you believe in.
I think the best proof is from NASA of the Earth from space and images of other planets.
Which picture of the Earth from space?
You put me on the spot there, but I mean I've seen several, and several are admittedly composite photos, but there's enough photos from outer space to have me convinced, and photos of other planets. satellite probe data, space probes. NASA loves to probe, you know how they are.
So you would call that a proof, would you?
Yeah, I would put that under proof.
Wow.
Proof of globe Earth.
I wouldn't accept somebody else's picture as a proof of anything, you know.
I mean, I think these are the best photographic proof of either globe or flat Earth that we have in existence, because there's really nothing producing image of a flat Earth.
What? Yeah. Well, there's no. Well, I mean, there is images, isn't there?
No, there's no image from way up in the sky looking down, seeing a disk, seeing an ice wall, or what seems to be a firmament in the distance.
Can I just like you said, seeing a disc, right? Now, a disc would be where would this disc that you imagine be?
Well, if you had a camera that was, let's say, near the North Pole, that was way, way up, let's say, 200 miles up in the sky, then yeah, I think it would clearly look like the Earth is flat from up there. That the horizon going in all directions forms some kind of circular circle. I think that would look like a disk. Compare that to NASA photos, where it clearly looks like there's a globe underneath the space station, and underneath other people have gone up there and taken photos from outer space.
Okay. So, yeah, pictures from space.
I think it's pretty compelling. I mean,
so how convinced would you be if I was to say to you that Fight the Flat Earth and all of those people, you know, those, I suppose, the ones that you look up to, when they say science doesn't prove anything, only maths proves things.
mm-hmm.
How would you
Yeah.
have that with your pictures from space?
I mean, I guess, well, for one thing, I mean, those pictures from space wouldn't be possible if we didn't have kind of math and the telemetry data and all that stuff in order to get the images in the first place. So I might be performing some sort of circular logic fallacy, but honestly, I don't care. I mean, the math for the globe kind of helps us to even understand the globe even more.
Okay.
I don't know if that's just your question, but
yeah, like so your pictures.
I mean, we have pictures of the sun too. Like, we have just
I can
sun,
take a
which
picture
is,
of the sun. Yeah.
what, 80 million miles away?
I don't know how you measure a distance to something in the sky. There's I personally don't think it's possible. You know, the mechanics behind what you assume.
Speed that the Earth is revolving and the amount of time it takes for a solar year to happen. It's just kind of
The amount of time it takes for a solar year to happen. Would that be a year?
Yeah, a year. Like, well, the amount of, when the Earth makes a full revolution around the sun.
Well, we call that a year, you know, like when the sun resets. But that's not the stars and everything. Have you ever heard of the Saros cycle?
The which sun?
Saros cycle.
No, what's that?
You have to take the sun and the moon as a clock, right? Now, 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours after every eclipse, there will be another eclipse. Because of the Saros cycle. Now that's gone on for millennia. Like they knew that back in Babylonian times.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the big clock system that we all run on. To the hour, well, to the minute, really. It's based on synodic months, and you know how the moon cycle works and all of that. But every 18 years, 11 days and 8 hours after every eclipse, there will be another eclipse. That's how they predict the eclipses. It's not because of a model or anything. It's just that cycle.
Okay. So you think that could be possible on a flat Earth?
There's no such thing as a flat Earth, right? We keep telling you. Flat is two-dimensional.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you want to
be three-dimensional.
Pardon?
I thought a flat Earth would be three-dimensional.
Well, flat isn't three-dimensional, is it? Flat is two-dimensional. It's a plane.
Well, anything in the physical reality is all three-dimensional.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, a flat Earth is ridiculous because we know we can see 3 dimensions. They've got hills and valleys. There's up and down. There's elevation changes, right?
Yep. All kinds of stuff.
Yeah. So that negates flat Earth. Flat Earth as a concept is ridiculous.
Hello?
Hello? So you're with us with that?
Hello?
Flat Earth is a ridiculous concept.
Say it again.
I said flat Earth is a ridiculous concept. It can't be because there is an elevation change.
Yeah, I mean the Earth is a big thing, you know.
But you give it to us that the water is level.
Where? Where's the water level?
What have you ever heard of water level? You've heard of the...
Yeah.
You've heard of level?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Right. So you've... like if you fill a bath up, the water evens itself out. It's called a level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that level, I say, is horizontal. It's perpendicular to the vertical, which makes it horizontal. Would you agree that the level is horizontal? Like, you know, all tools that establish that are called levels, they establish a horizontal plane of reference.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a water level, have you ever seen one?
Yeah, I'm looking at one right now.
Okay, so it's just a tube, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, how long... Are you looking at the tool of a water level? Does it say how long you can make it?
Yeah, maybe like a few feet.
A few feet? Well, they come usually with a 10-metre hose.
Okay.
But I've got a 100-metre hose.
Okay.
So I've got I've got a water level that's 100 meters long. Now, do you suppose? I mean, when the water you fill it up, the water would level out, wouldn't it? It would be even. It would equalize over that pipe. If it was put in the correct position, or if it's not put in the correct position, it'd pour out one end or the other.
Yeah, it's got to be horizontal, I guess.
Yeah. So then, imagine you make that tube, the water level, a mile long. the water would definitely equal out, wouldn't it? At either end.
I would think so. Yeah.
And would that be horizontal then, one that they evened out?
Yeah. Although, I mean, this experiment's getting far more difficult the longer out it goes, right?
Really? It's just a water
Well, as far
level,
as to
right?
make things cerebus paribus, I mean, it's going to require more and more resources the longer and longer you drag this thing out.
Yeah. Well, let's go 27 miles with a water level. What would you say to that? Would you reckon that water level would be horizontal?
Well, at that point, I don't know. I mean, I don't know at that point.
Well,
if we had like totally stiff tube, like that was like 100% stiff, I mean, the water would appear to be level on both sides, but I don't know if the water levels are. I don't know, to be honest.
Would you expect it to have a drop from the point you're at, or like a hump in the middle?
I would expect the tube to be still very solid and straight.
Talking about the water level over that distance.
Right, but we're using a tube that's solid, right? It's not gonna hump. It's not gonna slouch or bend or anything.
I'm just talking about the water level.
Can I answer?
Who's that?
Yeah, go ahead.
It'll drop.
It'll drop. How much drop? Would you imagine?
8 inches per mile squared.
Wow. Kozlowski nutsack drop. Well, that's different than what Bryce just said. Bryce just said it would be horizontal over a mile. But you've got it dropping at what, 8 inches from where you're at, Brad? Oh, he's gone.
I got the whole thing still filled up with water, and perhaps on one end the water will be at a certain measurement. Perhaps at the other end the water is somehow undergoing a different force, being on a different part of the earth.
Oh. Brad? I think you've confused Bryce. I mean, he had a horizontal water level for a bit there, but you've just told him that there's a drop.
I don't want to steer him a certain way, but I think he's got it wrong.
Okay. But you have the water level dropping away from where you're at rate of 8 inches. So let's say you go for a mile, right? You walk along to this water level, to the other end of this mile-long water level, and it's 8 inches lower. Now, the bit that you've just come from, where's that now? Because don't forget, it was 8 inches higher than the other end. Now, you've walked all the way to the other end. Where's that water level now at the other end?
It'll be level.
It'll be level. It was 8 inches lower before. Is that what you mean by level?
Yeah, my level drops. It curves with the surface of the earth.
So if you walk a mile, you've dropped 8 inches. But then if you walk back again to your original place, like you would do with a level, you'd hope to check it and find it at the same point, right? That's how you close your loop within surveying.
Sure, it'll all be level. It'll drop from the horizontal, though. I kind of want to hear the other guy. Why don't you ask him some questions?
Well,
what's his name?
We just were Bryce.
Bryce.
Yeah.
Tell us what you think, Bryce. I think Bev knows how I stand.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I think on both ends the water would appear, it would look level.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the actual like precise measurements would actually be.
So from horizontal though, the water level at one end
Yeah,
of a mile, right? So
yeah, Adam.
you're establishing a horizontal. What sort of a tool would you use to establish a horizontal?
I might use some sort of, well, not to be redundant, but a level, something that measures level and
But
put
not.
it up against the water
Would you
line.
use a water level?
Well, I would use. I mean, just from my personal experience, I would use like those oil carpenter tools, the leveling off thing.
A spirit level.
I mean, you could use a plumb bob and then set up a T square and find level as well. I mean, there's a couple different tools you can use.
Okay. So you would set a horizontal over the mile, and then you would put the water level up to it, right?
Yeah, then I would make the measurements on both ends.
And what would you imagine?
I would imagine that the water would measure level on both ends.
As opposed to the horizontal that you've just established with other tools. Would the horizontal levels be the same level as the water level?
Yeah, I think they would square up.
So you think a bit differently than Brad, that you think that the water level is actually a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference?
Yeah. I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? Logically, that all the tools that are called levels that establish a level establish a horizontal plane of reference, right? Neither higher nor lower at either end. I mean, that's what level means, isn't it?
Yeah, I think anywhere you go on the Earth, you're going to be able to find what a horizontal thing is, and then water will generally, inside a cylinder, will appear to be level.
What about, like, if you had a big trough of water?
Something like the size of an ocean or something.
Well, no. So, like, imagine something like, I don't know. Can you imagine a bath?
Like a canal.
Well, yeah,
Bath,
canal.
okay.
Yeah. Let's say a canal.
Okay.
In between locks. It's just the surface of water, right? All equals out.
Yeah.
Horizontal?
I think at around 5 miles, it will become obvious that there's some sort of curve in the water. In other words,
Really?
yes.
A curve.
Yep.
So, what would that be? How would you measure that? Curve in the water. Level. How would you imagine you'd
I
curve?
would use probably a really advanced tool, like some sort of a laser.
Wow. Over what? Lasers are very, very bad over water.
Well, I would set up a lot of lasers, so we're not really making measurements over a large distance.
Okay. Do you know anything about surveying or anything? Have you ever done any of that?
No, I never done surveying. No.
The most accurate one for establishing a horizontal frame of reference is an auto level.
Okay.
And that's like an optical thing that they use for like a differential leveling type technique. I mean, you just you take vertical measurement readings on a staff.
Mhm.
Now, like Brad said earlier, he said that the rate that he imagines that the water drops from where he is 8 inches per mile squared. So with these surveying tools that establish horizontals, do you how accurate do you reckon they are? With the professional surveyors.
I would reckon that they don't really have any error in them.
Okay, but they would establish a horizontal plane of reference, right? These tools. Now, I've got an auto level myself here, and it says the accuracy is 1 millimeter per 1 kilometer double run, which means you go out 1 kilometer
That's very accurate.
and you come back 1 kilometer. That's the double, right? And if the instrument is accurate to 1 millimeter over that distance, right?
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Yeah. So you would imagine that they could use them tools to establish a horizontal over a mile to that sort of accuracy, right? To the millimeter.
Yep.
Now,
Okay.
then we've got, like Brad says, that we imagine that he imagines that there will be a drop in the water level. So when you put your water level up to these marks that have established a horizontal, I say that being a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference, I say that the water level would probably be more accurate because there's just one reading, right? Providing there's no airlocks or anything within the tube, the water would establish the level, and that level would be horizontal because it would be equal at either end.
Over 1 mile or 5 miles?
Over 1 mile. Yeah, over 1 mile. If the auto level can be 1 millimeter accurate over a 1 kilometer double run, then I say the water level would be more accurate over distance. The longer the water level got, the more accurate it would be over the auto level, because obviously you've got all of those transitions that you have to make to go back again. There's a bit of a bone of contention in all of this, because what you're having to deal with is what you imagine in reality, but then you will have a model that conflicts with that at some point in time.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course you can.
Hey, Bev, how would you establish a horizontal plane of reference over a mile?
How would I?
Yeah. If you had any tool to use, how would you do it?
Well, that was the initial question, Brad, right? The very first question was, how would you establish a horizontal? And there's many ways for you to be able to do it. My initial thought was a water level. It's got to be the most accurate.
Yeah, but I don't think that creates a horizontal plane of reference.
I know you don't think that. Yeah.
That creates a level.
Yeah, well, level is horizontal, right?
At one point.
No.
In my model,
it can't be horizontal at a point, Brad. Right?
Well,
that just doesn't work. That's crazy to imagine that, Brad.
I've been saying at one local position where you're standing, level and horizontal is the same. But as soon as you go out any distance,
is a straight line.
Yeah, but after you go out any distance, if it drops, your level won't follow the horizontal. I was just wondering how you would create a horizontal plane for a mile. And if you're just saying water level, that can't be right.
Why?
Because that's That's a level. That's not a horizontal.
Okay. Well, what about then an auto level?
You could do it with an auto level. I'm thinking. I'm not a surveyor. I've been
Yeah,
kind of
all right,
asking around
I can
how
tell.
I should talk to Jeff, the main surveyor, and maybe he could tell me.
Oh well, we've got another guy over here that can change his name.
The main surveyor.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean, like, well, what you already know that Jeff says. Why would you want to do that? I mean, that's what Jeff would say to you,
Yeah.
isn't it? Why?
yeah. Why are you trying to do that? He said go off elevation or something like that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I was curious.
That's why I say Jeff isn't a real surveyor, right? Because no real surveyor would ask, why do you want to establish a horizontal plane of reference? That's ridiculous for a surveyor to say that.
I'm not even going to go there with that question because I respect Jeff and I think he's a surveyor.
It's not a question. I'm just telling you. It's ridiculous to think that.
Well, he's a surveyor.
He's got surveyor in his name on the YouTube channel. Yeah.
I have another question for you. Like your mile run of canal, is it a straight shot or is there like a bend in it?
There's bends all over the canal. That's it. It goes 27 miles, right? But it, as the crow flies, only 15 and a half, I think it is, mate.
But do you have 1 mile where it's totally straight, where you can see from one end to the other?
There's one bit where I think we can stand on a bridge and sight a mile, half a mile each way.
Half a mile each way.
Yeah,
but not from each end. You won't be able to see each end.
No. Why?
Well, well, I was wondering if they create a horizontal plane of reference, would it be harder if you go around a corner?
No, it's if you don't. I know you don't know anything about surveying, but that's not how they do differential leveling, right? They do it in stages. You know, like Slice Barkane's got he's got his water level, and he's got 16 100-meter water levels.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Right. Well,
the leaky thing.
What? No. that was the old one.
Not the leaky one.
This is his new one that he's not going to do.
Okay.
Well, he's got that right, and so what he's going to do is it basically the same as when we put our auto level, and we transition the backside foresight along the way. Well, we're basically doing what he's doing with his water level. He's got a water level that spans 100 meters. Well, we would have put our auto level in the middle. You would sight one end, and then you would turn the auto level and sight the other end, and you would take readings at those points all the way along.
And how far can you go?
What do you mean?
Like, I heard Jeff say like 100 meters to make a mark. You set up your auto level, you'll be going down with a post or a measuring stick.
Mm-hmm.
How far can you go out?
50 meters is really easy to keep a millimeter accurate, right? But what you'd be effectively be doing is putting your auto level in the middle of a 100-meter water level, right? And looking 50 meters one way, and then turning the sight and looking 50 meters the other way. You'd be doing a back sight and then a foresight. Well, then them two, the distance between the back sight and the foresight would be 100 meters, right? But even though the auto level would only be looking 50, because it looks one way and then the other. That's one straight line all the way across. So basically, when we've done this test, because we've got a 100-meter water level, so you can put the auto level in the middle and sight one end of the water level and turn it the other way, and the other end of the water level will be on the same horizontal. Guaranteed, because it's a water level. It's horizontal. So if you can do that with a water level, 16 of them back to back with the water levels matching, but take your auto level and transition it between them every time, and cite the water level to the water level, right? That's going to be horizontal, like the water levels are horizontal.
Yeah, I think you're just going to create a level line doing it that way.
That's horizontal. The tool is a horizontal tool. It establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, we kind of think differently. I think you've seen my models that I've.
But there's straight lines, right? These two lines, backside, foresight, that the auto level establishes, right?
Well, in my model, if you're at
That's a
pole
straight
A
line, though.
let me say something. If you're at pole A, the very beginning, and you create a horizontal plane of reference, by the time you get to that third pole, 1 mile out, it will drop from the horizontal. Your level will.
Right.
That's
So,
my model. That's the way I.
When we say, and all dictionaries say, that level is horizontal.
At a point is the way I look at it.
At a point. Right, well, can you explain to me how you can have a horizontal at a point? Because a horizontal is a line, straight line, and a straight line...
Like I've been saying lately.
Go on.
I've been saying at one local position instead of one point.
All right,
because it's kind of hard to have it at one point. If you look at the definition of point, how are you going to have it at one point? But one local position where you're standing, level and horizontal at the point that you're standing.
That horizontal is a straight line then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
and
how long is that horizontal?
That horizontal plane could go forever. But if you're on a sphere, the surface of the ground will drop away from that horizontal plane of reference. The horizontal plane of reference would go out into space if you go far enough.
Okay.
And the sphere or the globe would drop away.
Brad, I mean, it might be time to bring Bryce in.
Yeah, there you go. Have him. I don't want to take over the conversation, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
ask Bryce.
Yeah, don't mind Brad, Bryce. Just completely.
No, I think he just wanted to clear up like how we're doing this experiment.
Yeah, I had one question: how the horizontal plane of reference would be established, and what I'm getting is you're going to create a level reference.
We're going to have all kinds of levels, yeah.
But okay, I'm going to mute myself right now.
What's the difference in the level then? Do you have a different level, Bryce?
Well, yeah, I mean, as you're going around the sphere, as you're going on different points of the Earth, you're going to have a level. Everything's going to measure level, but we're not going to form like a straight line, some sort of a matrix that connects everything, like flush and perfect.
Okay. So, when we say level is a horizontal, a straight line on a horizontal plane, would you not agree with that? I mean, you did at the beginning.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it does make sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
How do you wrap that horizontal level around a ball?
I guess it just kind of. I don't know. I guess. Well, this is where calculus comes in. At every instantaneous point, there's a level, but we still can make a curve
out of a horizontal straight line.
Yeah, I mean, we have levels. Again, we haven't really merged your surveying tool that finds a level with the actual surface water.
It's
the actual water.
One of them is horizontal.
Theoretical canal. Yeah.
Yeah, the canal isn't theoretical. It is a real thing.
Well, we haven't yet run this experiment where we take the water on the canal, the water level measurements on the canal, and merge that with your laser.
With it's an auto level. It's just an optical. You just look through it. It's just a scope.
Wait, are we using an auto level or are we using the canal?
We're using
okay.
we're using as many as you want.
Yeah. The canal. We have the canal and we have the auto level.
Yep.
Right.
And the theodolite.
And we haven't yet proven that the auto level will be flush with the canal water. We haven't yet shown that.
Okay. You keep saying it's an experiment as well, right? And you say we haven't proven. What have we not proven? In your mind?
Okay, we still don't know under what scenario would the water on the canal be flush and level with your auto level. Under what conditions would that happen?
Do you think there would be any conditions that might happen?
Yeah, I mean, under a condition that the canal is shaped such that it's somehow. No, I don't think so. I don't think it would. I can't imagine how that would happen.
Not
on the Earth.
How the water level would end up being horizontal.
With your auto level. No.
Yeah. Would it surprise you? You know, like when you said you saw earlier a water level, you said you were looking at one. Did it say what the tool was for?
Are you talking about?
Yeah, a water level. Was this? The tool.
Which tool? I mean, are you talking about looking at the horizon?
No, a water level. You said you were looking at a water level.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Do you know what you're talking about? Like, a lot of people say that they do know what we're talking about, and they don't really.
I know what you're talking about.
They end up making themselves look like a bit of a fool later on when they end up saying that they were actually thinking about a spirit level.
No, I never even heard of a spirit level.
Okay.
Is that a Spirit Airlines level?
A Spirit Airlines
level, yeah.
I don't know. Can you? Yeah.
A little flatter humor. A spirit level. Yeah. I know what a spirit level is now. Yeah.
Right. So do you know what a water level is?
Yeah, I know what a water level is.
Can you describe it?
Yeah.
Please. It's like a tube, and then on each side of the tube, you got your cylinder that shows. Appears that the water is level on each side of the cylinder.
Right. Well, it would be, wouldn't it? Yeah. In theory, it would equalize out, so it was the same level on each side, because that's what water does, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if it was too high at one end, it would pour out of the other end, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be kind of absurd.
Yeah. So anywhere you put that water level, it would establish neither higher nor lower. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
So, could you imagine how that would work on a sphere?
Yeah, it's kind of hard. Well, like I said earlier, the larger and longer this level is, I mean, it's going to be harder to kind of work this one out.
What, to work it out mentally?
Well, certainly mentally, and then physically. Doing it in reality would be, at some point, impossible.
If you know it says horizontal, right? The water level doesn't equal out. It equals out, so it's at the same level at either end of the water, right? Neither higher nor lower at each end. So you know that if that was a ball or a hill, right? You wouldn't be able to do it, would you? Like if you had one end of this water level at the top of a hill,
yeah,
and you sent the other guy with the water level to walk off, and he was going down the hill, he would just end up draining all the water out, wouldn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. So that doesn't actually work at all on a model, on a sphere, on a ball, does it?
No, I mean, this water level tool we're using is going to be straight. Like, we're going to hold this thing to the best of our ability, horizontal to the Earth, right?
Horizontal to the Earth. I mean, a horizontal is a horizontal, right? It's not to anything. It's just it is there. The horizontal can be established anywhere.
Well, how about we take the center, the exact center of that water level, and place it horizontally?
You mean the bit where the two vials aren't?
Right. In the
So
holding the center.
want? Okay, so you want to imagine a horizontal. Should I get the board on? It might help, actually.
Yeah.
The whiteboard of pain.
Yeah.
Truth.
Yeah, the Brian
Summon the
Mullen whiteboard of truth. I'm gonna have to switch the camera on.
Summon the Mullen.
This is gonna take a second for me camera to wind up. So you imagine that in the middle there is a horizontal. I think you're going to go for the Kozlowski-Bislin hump.
Okay.
Sounds like you're building up to that.
Okay.
Have you seen the different models?
I don't think so. It might have been a long time ago.
Brad just said earlier that he
Give
went
me all
with
the above.
Yeah. Brad said earlier that he's got is that I'm just gonna have to switch my camera on here.
So this level is what, 27 miles long? Is that what we said?
The canal is the water level test that we're doing at first will be a 1 mile test.
So we got a 1 mile long level. And at the center of the level, it appears to be, level seems to be on the ground level.
Hello. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my camera there. It's messing about. Let me just...
Don't want a tube-in situation.
I don't know what's going on there. I've got a massive zoom in on me in my camera. Just give us a second. My window's gone bigger. I don't know why it's done that. Okie dokie. What do you guys want? The video screen? Is that alright for you guys?
Let me see. Okay.
Let me get this sorted. How's that? You guys alright with that?
I see the drawing.
Okay, so where were we? Let me get this over here. we've got a water level and a water level. See that?
Yep.
Water level, water level. What did you say you wanted?
So let's make sure the center. Make sure the center is level.
Set this level, right? So across here, just here, yeah, we're going to establish like that vertical, horizontal, 90 degrees, right in the center. Yeah. Okay. So we've got that established there. Fill the water level up. The water levels up, fills up. Yeah. Equalises out at either end. You say in the middle you want a horizontal. What is the use of the horizontal in the middle? Because we've got a one there and one there.
Well, at first you said, like, imagine if the level was done down a hill. So I'm making sure we're not doing that. We're kind of holding this thing on trying to establish like a Cerebus Paribus situation.
That's why we went to the side of a canal. Because, I mean, if you want to establish for a mile, it's pretty hard to find a bit of land that doesn't deviate, right? Up or down. You want it to be stable.
You're going to use the water to try to...
No, we're going to use the towpath to be able to say, that it's not going to go up or down tremendously, right? It is as level as you could ever get, really. So that's all we're doing. We're just using the towpath at the side of the canal, because when we lay this out, we know we're going to be pretty damn close to, we're not going to be losing 2 or 3 meters over a mile, are we? If we go down the side of the towpath on a canal. So what you do is you get a water level like that, like this. I mean, that one there and this one here. This is a water level.
Right.
With water in it. Actual, real water level. So one of them, but you just have a mile tube instead of 3 meters or whatever. And so you would know that the level on this end here is the same level as this one. Neither higher nor lower. Otherwise the water would fall out. No matter how long it is. So I say that's horizontal. But I guess, like you and Brad has this. Brad over a mile. So if we say this distance here is 32 inches, right? So if we say the scale for this is 1 mile equals 32 inches, right? So the scale across this way is 1 mile 32 inches. We're going to have the scale, this one, vertical scale, as being realistic, right? 1-to-1 scale. In fact, we could go even more than that, but let's go 1-to-1. Now, over the mile, we say that to that would be horizontal. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Well, yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
If we're on a flat plane, then yes, it would be level and horizontal.
How
Okay.
come you didn't let him answer, Brad?
That's nice. That's
He
nice,
did.
that, Brad. Yeah. if we're on a flat plane, it would be level and horizontal.
But do
Okay.
do we live on a flat plane?
Well, okay. Well, I'm just saying. I'd say this is a tool for establishing horizontal. Bryce also said horizontal. I mean, it is a tool for establishing horizontal. But you would say, like I've just said, 1 mile is 32 inches. Brad's okay. Bryce, sorry, definitely don't want to get you confused. Bryce, sorry about that. Because the scale on here is 1-to-1 on the vertical, would you be all right at saying that would be the right level, Bryce?
I mean, yeah, we're going to be able to find level on both ends.
Yeah. Okay, now, Brad, it's about time you come back in. Would you say that this is horizontal? Or what would... I mean, because this is horizontal...
I'd say it's level.
Yeah. Right, yeah, but
I would say that's level.
Yeah, this is vertical at the centre point. And so this horizontal here, that goes across here, from here, would be at the same... This horizontal is the same as the horizontal as this one. That's parallel. What Bryce said at the beginning. Right? The actual horizontal line across there is parallel to this one. In the centre that he established. You wouldn't go along with that, would you, Brad?
I would not know.
No. Where would you establish the horizontal at the beginning?
At the beginning, I'd go on pole A, the very beginning, to the left.
Okay, so what we do is we'd establish this vertical here.
Plumb bob.
Yeah. And we would go horizontal from this point.
Yeah, perpendicular to that line.
Yeah. Okay, so that
would be your horizontal.
That would be sort of there, like that, right?
You know what you should do, Bev, is
horizontal.
Is draw your model, and then below it, draw my model.
I don't know what your model is. Do you have the Kozlowski nutsack drop?
Yeah,
Model?
I put it in.
Okay.
I put it in a debate discussion.
Okay, we'll do this one first. With Bryce, because
sure,
you're saying if you set this horizontal here, that this one here at this end, because remember we're doing this at vertical 1-to-1 scale, would be down here about 8 inches. Something like that. Because this would be the horizontal across there like that,
sure.
Right?
I agree.
Right. So this would be down here, the water level from that horizontal. That's what you think, Brad, right?
Yes.
Okay. Bryce, you're back in.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of this? I mean, you sort of wanted this this model.
Mm-hmm.
What do you reckon to Brad's 8-inch drop over?
8-inch drop. Yeah, it looks like Brad's. It looks like he's going downhill.
No, that's what Brad thinks is level. That.
But the water levels will be even, so you'll be level, but you'll have a drop.
Yeah. See, but like because you've remember you've been here, you're crying away, and you've come down here now. Let's say you've gone for a trip, right? You're here now. You're really crying now. Right? Now, where does that water level go?
What do you mean? Where does it go?
It's here. Look.
Mm-hmm. Won't go anywhere. It's attached to a pole, right?
Yeah, but that looks higher. That's not what water level does on your model, is it?
Oh yeah, that's what it does.
What, it goes back up again? Or does, because you've come down here, does this one now have to be down here, like that?
No. You don't do that.
Well, that's down about 8 inches from here, from this horizontal, like this guy shooting his
Yeah, it don't work
horizontal
that way.
over there. You've got a drop, right?
It doesn't work that way. You just walk back to where you began.
You go back up again then, surely.
Back up again. Up, down, whatever you want to call it, yeah.
What do you mean, yeah?
You go to the beginning point.
Yeah, but you've dropped.
You don't go back down. You don't drop back down.
You do from your horizontal. From the horizontal drop down.
No, not. You're just making a mess now. No, you don't do that.
No, you don't.
No.
It's a fallacy.
If you were to walk back, you'd walk right back to pole A. You call it uphill, whatever.
No, it would be horizontal. This is the
It's
model.
around a curve.
This is the horizontal model. The model that Bryce had at the beginning. The realistic model is this one. Right, this one, even everybody that's seen this model, even you just now, no. It's ridiculous. It drops.
You don't
Drops.
You don't drop. You don't drop every time. Not like a staircase.
You must do.
That's
your model.
If you were to walk back to pole A, you'd go to the same point.
You go up.
Same spot.
You go up.
You wouldn't drop down.
You've dropped down to get here. 8 inches.
You go around the curve.
You go around the curve.
Sure.
Right, it's amazing, Brad. You're doing this to justify yourself. Justify a model. I think
not that hard.
All agree.
It's not that hard, really. You're making it more confusing.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Get rid of that. Yeah, you do not.
Yeah, I mean, imagine who could.
If you were to go
think of that.
If you were to go back, you just go back to where you started.
Absolutely ridiculous. Well, you can't drop then.
Sure you can.
No, you can't. Because if you drop, you end up lower. So to go back, you would have to go up. You can't drop one way and drop again to get back to the same spot. Absolutely ridiculous, Brad.
No, you're kind of...
It was nice of you to expose that one to everyone.
You're getting it all wrong. No, you don't drop every way you walk.
No, you don't.
You got it all wrong.
It says horizontal. No. That's why you don't drop.
No, that's not why.
Yeah, because you stay level.
Nope.
Yes.
I think we both had like the same thing in mind. I think me and Brad had the same idea. I think
you had the hump.
The right one, right? We live in reality. That's my favorite word, reality. And point.
Like, you realise a point is nothing, right? That of which has no parts.
Yeah.
Now, what if...
Is it? Did you see this week I've been using at a local position? Does that work?
Like, you can't define it. So, no.
What does it mean?
You're using different words to justify weird things.
Okay, let's say you go outside and you're standing. What do you call the spot that you're standing on?
The ground.
Just the spot you're standing on, where your feet are.
The ground underneath
I would
my
call
feet.
I would call it the point.
Well, I would say you're wrong.
Your position? Is it your position?
Yeah. Yeah, you're getting into a bit of semantics here, Brad.
That's kind of what it ends up being. Word games.
For you, yeah. Yeah. But you come up against a problem, like I keep saying, with this tool, water level. Right? Because it doesn't work at a point. It works here and here. And neither point of either side is higher or lower than each other. There is no point, Brad. Because you can move.
In my model,
you can move this one anywhere. Ooh, all the way around. Wouldn't make any difference. It would establish a horizontal plane. It could be anywhere. Could be here. Could be there. Could be there. Could be there, there, there. All the way along. Horizontal plane. Not a hump in the middle.
on a
Not
flat
a
Earth
drop.
or
Not a rise.
on a flat Earth, it would be what you're saying. But on a curve, on the globe, it wouldn't work that way.
Okay. So if this tool is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, are you saying that means I don't know what would that mean if this is
Okay,
a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, what would that mean for you, Brad?
Okay. When I say horizontal plane, that means a straight line, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it
And
means
imagine
it means a plane, a two-dimensional analog of a point and
just
a
imagine
line.
my model now, a sphere. Would the horizontal plane wrap around the sphere in a circle? No, it would go straight. It would go straight.
That's what a horizontal plane is, yeah.
That's why I'm saying at pole A, it would just go straight, and the ground would drop away from it.
The ground would drop away from the water level.
Yeah. Look in debate discussion.
So the water level would actually be horizontal then, now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see debate discussion?
Did you just say yeah?
I don't know what you were saying.
I said the water level would establish a horizontal plane of reference. You said yeah.
But at your local position where you're standing, it would.
Look, this end isn't local to this end, is it?
Nope.
No.
You're creating a level line.
What are you talking about?
That's a level. That's a level.
It is a level, yeah. It's a water level. A tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
On a sphere, horizontal and level are two different things. The horizontal wouldn't follow the level. In my model, the level curves.
The
horizontal doesn't.
Can I jump in real quick here?
There you go. Yeah, sure.
You know, we don't live on the model, right? The map is not the terrain.
What do you think, Bryce?
I mean, we live on a plate spheroid, and we're gonna have a hard time. I mean, I think anywhere you go on a sphere, you're not gonna have a hard time finding level. I think that's something anybody would agree with. Even if you believe in flat Earth, you would agree that on a sphere, you're gonna be able to make level measurements. And on a flat Earth, you're going to make level measurements anywhere you go as well.
Don't say flat Earth because that's going to trigger him.
Right. Right.
Its level is horizontal.
Untriggerable.
Oh.
Right. So, I'm just doing a setting up our. Go on.
By the way, the oceans on the Earth are salt. It's not I don't know if you have salt water in that.
In what?
Cylinders. In your cylinder setup.
Salt water.
It looks like blood.
Looks like, yeah. Yeah, I was hoping he wouldn't cut that line there. He might kill somebody. Somebody might need that liquid. You're not killing Grandma, are you? With your IV drip? Hopefully not.
Right, here we go. We did this with Helgi the other day. This is a water level, and it goes from one end to the other like this. Yeah, it's just the water level on the big one. Then we've got these two bits in the middle. Now, this is another water level, right? The separate water levels. What would you say would happen to these ones if you know when you fill this up here, like because you fill this one up and it equalizes with this one. Yeah. Then we've got this one, and we're going to fill this one up to the level of that one. Yeah.
Okay.
What would happen to this one? And the same as this.
What do you mean? It's gonna. How much water are we putting in it?
We're filling it up to the level of this, the level of the big long one.
It's gonna overflow.
What? This is going to overflow.
I mean, are we putting a lot? I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. You're saying we're putting as much water as we have.
It evens out.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
So this one also evens out from this side. Yeah?
That's not your best attempt at a drawing, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh, so you've seen my other drawings, have you? Yeah. But what we're going to do is, we're going to put this one in here. We're going to tap that in. Now, what you... Remembering that this level here is matched this one, and this level here is matched this one, what would happen to the water level in this one?
It should look the same.
There, like that. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Now, we had a guy in here the other day that said that one would be higher. 2 inches. What do you reckon to that?
I'm not sure about that.
You're not sure about this one being higher? In the middle?
He was wrong.
Who was wrong?
I'm not sure about that. I mean, can we use some more exact numbers? Can we say we're filling each of these up with, like, let's say 50 milligrams of water or something?
No,
can we say that?
It's a big tube. It's a big tube. This
It's
one,
a mile long.
This one's a mile. This one here is half a mile. How much
Okay.
water do you want to talk? All we're just doing is we're getting one of these, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're putting it there.
But we're
And then
filling
we're
it
gonna
up
have one
enough
next to it.
such
We're
that
going to have one next to it, exactly the
Yeah.
same, that goes halfway. So it's going to be there, and we're just going to match that line of water.
Okay.
Yeah?
Just gonna make that clear. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're filling all of these up to the point where it's gonna fill up, let's say halfway up the cylinder
Yeah.
or something like that.
We're gonna get these two together, and these two together to make sure that they are both the same. Yeah, they're exactly the same. So that whatever they would be across here, obviously they would be level, right?
Mhm.
So when you put that one in there and you fill that up, if you draw a line straight across them, and it's one straight line, using Euclidean geometry and the principles and all of that, that would be a proof that two straight lines can't share a common segment.
No,
Right.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure they would all. I don't think it would be flush. I don't think that would happen.
So what do you think would
No,
happen here
because-
then? Do you not think these would be on the same straight
No,
line?
I don't. No, I don't think we would. No, especially if we did more than a mile.
Well, no, but we are just doing a mile, right?
Yeah.
You know the numbers for your model, right?
I hear. Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
So
8
what
inches
would
per
you?
mile squared.
Yeah, but what would that be here?
It would be what, 0? Is that our reference point? Is that our
Well, look.
is that our control? Is it right in the center?
Well, I don't know. Where's your like what you talking about?
Well, look. Before we said your laser, your surveying tool, right? With the laser. What's that thing called?
An auto level.
An auto level. I mean, you said your auto level, it doesn't even shoot 100,000% straight.
Who said? I said 1 millimeter
Per mile. Per mile, what? Double? You said?
double kilometer. 1 kilometer double run. See, look. See
So
that?
I'm not sure this.
Dude, I don't know about you, but that's pretty precise.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm shocked.
Right. So can you see this now? We've just drawn a line. I did a line from the water level to the water level. Right. So you could probably call that a horizontal line all the way across. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
With all of them be on the same line, wouldn't they?
I don't.
Because
In
this one
reality,
here
if we
is
actually
matching this one, so therefore it would have to come horizontal there, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure. I mean, if we shot a laser from A horizontal across, it's possible it's not gonna hit the water in the same way
What do you
all
mean,
the way across.
hit the water? Would this not be classed as a horizontal?
Yeah, I mean that looks horizontal. Yeah.
Okay, well this is the water level from one end to the other. Do you not
Right.
agree with that establishing a horizontal?
Why is he bringing
like
up
I
the laser too? Why
I
are you
don't
bringing
know.
up the laser?
Because he likes lasers. Somebody must have told him to bring back the laser.
Yeah. Too much time at 24/7 or something.
Yeah. So from A, you're doing this horizontal thing, right? From
Yeah,
there.
we're just getting a water level and we're putting it from
Yeah.
there to there. 1 mile.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's actually going to happen if you did that in real life.
What do you mean? What's not going to happen?
Like if you somehow got a yardstick that was not a yardstick, that was a mile long. I'm
Get
not
a
sure
water
that's
level.
gonna.
Get a tube. Get a tube like this, like a mile long, or like you know. Have you seen a hose pipe? Haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll just connect loads of them together to make a mile.
Mm-hmm.
Put it from there to there.
I'm talking about your straight line up top.
That's the level.
How are we gonna run that experiment?
Establish.
I mean, are you saying we're gonna if we did an experiment where we had some sort of straight line, it's gonna look just like your drawing?
Why is this an experiment? It's not an experiment. Look, we say you get the water level here and you move it over here to a mile. Now, if this one is lower, right, the water will come out of it, won't it?
No, I'm not
Over
sure
a mile,
about that.
over a mile, there would be a level that you can put these at that the water doesn't come spilling out of it. Right?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure that would happen.
You're not sure?
I don't think that would happen. No.
Right. What's that based on?
It just doesn't make sense. I mean,
Doesn't make sense that the water level wouldn't even out in the tube called a water level to establish water at a level at each end. That doesn't make sense to you.
no. I mean, I mean, if that were to happen, then like a lake, like a big body of water, like we would always have water just pouring out of the lake. If that was the reality that we had to deal with.
What if water was to be level?
If water everywhere was always just pouring downhill.
So you think the water level establishing a horizontal means that the water would pour down the hill?
No, water doesn't ever really pour down a hill until it's
stays level, right? It always establishes a level.
No, I mean water pours downhill when
it's finding its level,
not contained, when it's not really in a container.
Yeah. Well, this luckily we have a tube, and it's a tool called a water level. It's not running down a hill. It's just in a tube contained. Now over a mile, it gets tricky. This doesn't it? Over a mile, you can put that water level in a way that the water doesn't come out of it, can't you?
Right. That makes sense.
So it would be, would you call that level or would you call that horizontal?
I would say on each side of the tube, it's going to appear level. You can orient it so it appears level.
Okay. And would you call that horizontal?
No.
No. Okay.
I would call it I mean, what importance does it have to the entire thing?
This is the test.
Like the tube itself. Like what does that have to do with with everything else going on?
We're establishing that level is horizontal. This is a proof that level is horizontal.
Okay, I mean that seems fair.
Okay. So you're all right with level being horizontal. Like, don't be influenced by Brad or anybody else. Just whatever you think, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think it sounds fair. Level being horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah. I will warn you though, Brad won't like that, and there's quite a few people that won't like you saying that. You're not actually allowed to say that and have a globe model belief.
All right.
Yeah. But the problem is that in order for you to have your globe model, you've got to have one of two models, and both of them are ridiculous. They don't go with this model. Do you want me to show you the two models?
Not really.
No. Brad's already showed you the one with drops. Now the other one is, we call it the hump, because that's what like you're trying to do, because Brad would want you to do this. He would want you to put this up here, like Helgi said the other day. Right? It's we're keeping it so that, because that is like 2 inches. 2 inches higher in the middle, according to your geometry of your model. There's a hump but this is level. This one and this one is level. It has to be, because otherwise you end up with the 8-inch drop and the water just pisses out. So the drop, the Kozlowski nutsack drop model, ridiculous. But this one with the hump is what, like, because you've got to put curvature in it somewhere, haven't you? And like, because you have it's a quarter function, right? 8 inches per mile squared means that it over a mile it's 8 inches drop, but you can't have the drop. So what you have to do is you have to remember this is the chord, and that becomes the sagittar, and that's 2 inches over the half distance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that leaves you a problem with this one, right? Because this one here goes to this one here, and that's level. But this one here would have to match that hump there, wouldn't it?
Right, I guess.
So if we do that, because, I mean, there's a hump, right? You can't have these ones here being horizontal, can you? When you've meant to have a hump. So we'll fill these ones up. So they match that one. I know, it looks ridiculous, right?
You need to do something.
Right, so now what you've got is you've got a horizontal line level from this side to this side.
Do I have
But
to do something with sound?
in the middle of here,
No, I don't.
you've got these 2 levels that have a drop.
Now, what about setting up a level to the right of C? Setting up another level.
Over here.
Wouldn't C become a hump also?
Well, you've got the overall horizontal, right? But then you've got this horizontal and this horizontal. Well, that's not right. You can't have 3 different horizontals, can you? That's a fallacy. That model image there.
Why don't we set up a lot more horizontals?
Why don't we set up more?
Yeah, if we set up one to the right of C, wouldn't C now become the new hump?
Do you think it would do that?
I mean, why not? I mean, we could. Seems like as long as we're modeling things, it seems like it's a possibility.
Okay, so if we go along with this model, right? Let's say we'll increase this to 10 miles. Right? Overall distance 10 miles. This one stays level. What happens to this here? Any idea what the sagittar of that was? Oh, wait a minute. Let's tell you what. Let's make it 20. How long's Dave's bridge? 23. 23 miles. 23 miles. I know this because I've done the numbers. This is we're following the Kozlowski-Bislin hump model. How high would that water have to get there if that was 23 miles? How big a hump in the middle do you imagine that you would end up getting? To your model, like if you were, imagine you put a thing on your car and drove over a bridge and get a load of data log points, and then you handed them to Walter Bislin, and Walter Bislin gave you a map back, a model. How high a hump would you reckon you would get in the middle?
I don't think we're really going to get a hump.
How much water do you reckon these outsides would be able to hold up in the middle?
I'm not sure we would see a hump.
Yeah. Well, we're talking like a model, right? Because all the points you'd logged all the way across when you were driving across it with your bridge were all about 5.8 meters.
I thought originally we were saying that in these models, we're just having level water anywhere we go.
this here. This is 28.5 meters. 28.5 meter hump you have there for a 23 miles. And he says this. He calls this one the chord because he's very mathematical, and he says it's level at either end. He actually says that. He says these ends are level, and this hump is 28.5 meters. Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, Dave Rakier's bridge. 28.5 meter hump in the middle. Can you imagine that?
I mean, on this, I think it's more fair to just model level water anywhere you go, no matter how long
Level
you
being
set this thing up.
level being horizontal, right?
Hey, Ben.
Right. But I'm not sure how we're adding this hump in the middle. I don't.
That's the two models, right? You've got the Kozlowski nutsack drop, like Brad was saying earlier, where it comes down, and then you've got this one where it's level, like Jesse said, and it goes up. It's called we're calling this the Kozlowski curvature conundrum, because it's a bit hard to work out whether your curvature goes up or just it just drops down. I mean,
Hey,
everybody likes to know that you have both of them.
Ben, you hear me?
Yeah.
It's a chord.
Yeah?
The hump is a chord.
No, the hump isn't a chord. The chord is
Sure
the chord is the line here. This one. The hump is the sagitta, isn't it? The distance.
The hump goes over the chord.
Yeah.
But drop and hump is the same thing.
No. A hump is up.
Yeah.
And a drop is down.
The hump is a chord. It's talking about a chord.
Yeah, the chord, like I said, it was level.
A drop isn't a chord.
Level from this end and level at this end. The chord goes across from the level to the level. Then there is a sagitta of 28.5 meters, which is up. It's in the upwards direction from that chord, which is level.
Yes, it's a chord. Up. But drop and hump is the same thing.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is a chord. This is up.
You ever watch the movie Eyes Wide Shut?
No, I don't watch films.
Okay.
Why?
Well, in the final scene of the movie, there's this masked guy who's running the entire sex cult. And you talk just like that guy.
Do I?
But you never seen the movie, so no. I can't. So you don't know what I'm talking about. But
yeah, this
isn't
a sex cult. This is
What's Brad's definition of a chord?
A chord? It's a straight line through the circle?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what were you saying was the chord?
I sent you a picture of my circle many times on Twitter this week. You know, with the A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K.
Yeah.
What were you saying was the chord a few minutes ago?
The chord is under the hump.
Yeah,
it's a straight line, and then the hump goes over the chord.
The red line.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the chord.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
I have a picture. You came in, Brad, and told us exactly the same thing was what I did. I only used Jesse's words. That this is Jesse's problem. Jesse says that the water level, right, drops down from the horizontal at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. Right? Mm-hmm. But he also says This is level. This is level. This is a chord. And this is a rise up of 28.5 meters. You can't
But
have...
it's the same thing.
No,
It's the same curve.
Brad.
You're just looking at it in two different ways.
Yeah, but one is up.
One is
The
a chord,
other is down.
and that's not a chord.
But
The
they
only
are
reason it looks like a hump is
level
because it's a chord.
and horizontal, right?
Can you see debate discussion?
Where would you put horizontal in this picture?
I'll tell you
Brad.
what, draw a circle
Brad.
on your whiteboard.
Brad, where
What?
would you put horizontal in this picture?
Mine would go, if you're in the middle one,
No, I'm
Let's
just
say you're in
telling
the
you,
middle.
where would you put horizontal in this picture?
mine has 3 different horizontals, my model.
Right.
If you're in the
Where
middle, if you're in the
would
middle,
you put horizontal in this picture, please?
pick A, B, or C, and I'll tell you.
And put all 3 of them.
No, everyone's different. My A is different, my B is different, and my C is different.
You realise this is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Are you saying...
A plane of reference.
Are you
Yes, a plane of
saying...
reference.
Are you saying there is a different horizontal at this end than there is at this end?
Yeah, when you stretch it out, you have a level line. You don't have a horizontal plane anymore. It depends.
You realise there's only 2 points here.
I realize that.
Right.
It will be a level.
You can move
Water level.
water level to anywhere.
It's not a water horizontal.
To anywhere. You can move that end to anywhere.
But on a circle, no matter where you go, you have a new horizontal.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. But
A
in
will have its own
reality,
horizontal. B will have its own horizontal.
in reality, there's a
I like
horizontal. There's
Pick
one.
A, B, or C, and I'll tell you where the horizontal would be.
Let's pick B for a laugh.
B. Okay. Do you have your level? Your spirit level?
Yeah.
Put it on top of them water tubes.
Yeah.
And make a level line. That would be my horizontal.
Yeah, okay. So, but that would end up being parallel to this line that is from this end to that end.
Yeah, but
yeah,
my horizontal would be
so
higher.
These two would be parallel to the horizontal that you set there.
No, not in my model.
What do you mean not in your model? What would happen to this one then?
You'd have your own horizontal.
And how would that horizontal be going?
Up a little bit.
That would go up where? Because you've already just set it. Like the level of these two together, when you draw a line, goes this red line all the way along here. Now, if you want to draw one there, on that horizontal, it will be parallel to this one, which is the line established from here
that red one,
to here.
But that red one wouldn't be my horizontal at all.
But it would be parallel to the horizontal that you have in the center.
No, it's parallel to your level, but it's not the horizontal.
Well, what is the horizontal then? How do you establish horizontal?
It's perpendicular to vertical. You put a plumb bob down.
That is what horizontal is. Yeah. Perpendicular.
And each spot would have its own.
Why would you say that?
On a curved surface. That's the way it works.
Does the vertical, right, look. That's a plumb bob. That's a plumb bob. And that's a plumb bob, right? 3 plumb bobs. 1, 2, 3.
And that would be the flat Earth model. The globe model, the outside ones would curve in just a little bit. It would pull towards the center of the Earth.
Sorry, I just pulled 3 plumb bobs out.
Sure. Yeah.
And you say that is the flat Earth model.
Yeah.
Really?
Can I put a picture in debate discussion?
Wait, can I ask you why you said that's the flat Earth model?
Because it assumes that all these plums are the same on the flat Earth model.
We assume. I just pulled them out, right?
They're pretty close to one another right now. That would be your local position, right? Say if you went a mile down the road, the plumb bob would.
Okay. But
it would drop down.
There is.
How to describe
let's assume that there is, because this is a water level, and this is a water level. Like it's the same water level. There is a horizontal being established from one end to the other. Yeah? There's 3 plumb bobs here. And a horizontal going across. You would give us that, right? Brad or Bryce?
Yeah, we understand that.
Okay, so which one of these plumb bobs will be perpendicular to the horizontal?
They all look perpendicular.
Well, yeah, but what they look like and what geometrically they would actually be.
Are we talking 23 miles across?
No, we're talking about 3 plumb bobs here, right now, with a horizontal that's going across there. Right? In reality. Not on a flat Earth model. Not on a globe model. In reality, in my room now, right in front of you with a camera. 3 plumb bobs. 1, 2, 3. There's a water level there. So there is a, let's call it a theoretical, although it's there, we've just drawn a line on it from here all the way across this red line. That's a horizontal line, right?
Yep.
So, is this plumb bob perpendicular to that horizontal?
Yep.
Is this plumb bob perpendicular to that horizontal?
Yep.
This one?
Yep, same.
Right. Brad?
They are.
Same
They're
question.
really close to one another.
Yeah, are they perpendicular to the horizontal?
Sure.
All 3 of them?
All 3 of them.
Perpendicular to horizontal. You're pretty messed up, right?
Not really. Can you see debate discussion?
Can you explain how you think they're all perpendicular but not parallel? Because
Well,
I take it you assume this isn't the flat Earth model. You assume this is reality, right?
This is reality, yeah.
Right. So
But
do
you're
you assume reality is the flat Earth model?
No.
Because when I pulled these out and put them there, you said that's the flat Earth model, but it's just 3 plumb bobs. Now you've just said that those 3 plumb bobs that are there in reality are perpendicular to the horizontal that's there. Well, if they are, then that's your flat Earth model, isn't it? So are you saying that you think this is the flat Earth model in reality?
No, you got it all wrong.
Do you want to take a mulligan on whether you think they're perpendicular to the horizontal?
Well, they are right now because they're really close to one another. I've said that many times.
Yeah, you know what perpendicular means, right?
Yes.
Yeah, at 90 degrees.
Did you see the
You know what 90
picture I
degrees
put in
means,
debate
Brad? It's a
discussion?
right angle.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know what 90 degrees
Well,
is.
if they're all at 90 degrees to a horizontal, they are all parallel to each other. Are you all right with that? Verticals being
Yeah,
parallel
but
to each other.
but
Yeah.
you're really close to one another. I mean, they're what, a foot apart? You know, I'm
Yeah.
talking about greater distances. I'm talking about a half a mile.
Well, yeah. Well, it doesn't really matter because you
Yeah,
don't
it
have
matters.
any. Not there
On a curve,
isn't one. Is there?
on a sphere, it makes a difference. You go on the bottom of the sphere, and the plumb bob would point straight up. You know, from your reference.
Brad.
No, really.
No, really.
It's like
Get away.
That's the way it
In
works.
Australia, in your mind, plumb bobs point straight up.
Yeah, if that's my reference is me, but when you go to their reference, it's pointing towards the ground. It points towards the center of the earth.
I'm sorry, Brad. I don't mean to
No.
laugh at you.
Actually, I don't think it sounds that wild or crazy.
No,
Australia is far away.
It's what happens.
So, I'm
It's
sorry.
like from where I'm at, it's like a
It's like
19-hour flight.
I wouldn't know. So, wow. I don't know where to go with this. Anybody else here? Do you want to?
So if I'm standing here and I set up a plumb and I set up a horizontal, and let's say I shot out the most powerful laser ever invented.
You like lasers?
You like
don't
lasers?
You? Yeah.
Yep. I'm pretty confident I would not hit anything in Australia with that laser because the Earth is round.
Because
Alright, so if you shot
like
your,
the beam
you
had
shot your
diverged
laser,
that much. 19-hour flight.
The what?
The beam would diverge that much. Because how far away is it?
It's really far. It's like, I don't know, 17,000 miles.
Yeah, you said 19-hour flight.
Yeah.
Yeah. How big would that beam get?
No, that's why I said in theory, a laser that doesn't even like diffract that much. It only like
is
the beam only gets
the one
like
of
a few
them,
inches wider.
Is the one of them?
I don't think there's any of them in existence. No.
Okay. So you're firing a hypothetical laser. Yeah.
Yep. Most powerful one ever made.
Right. And so what are you assuming?
I already laid out the assumption. I shoot it horizontal, dead shot, right where Australia is supposed to be.
Yeah. And
it's just a total airball.
Is it?
That laser's just going to shoot right into the atmosphere.
could you measure the laser, your theoretical laser, could you measure it down to Australia?
Oh, you mean like on the globe, like how long it would have to go?
You shoot your theoretical laser out straight, horizontal, from where you're standing. Well, could you measure that laser beam to Australia?
Sure, I mean I could. Yeah.
You know, you'd have you could measure a drop, right? From that
No,
horizontal.
well, I said the laser would most likely just shoot off into the atmosphere. So I'm not.
You've got your laser.
I'm not really gonna get a measurement until I have somebody go out into the atmosphere and reflect it back.
Well, okay, let's shorten it down. You got your theoretical laser. You can shoot it down a canal. You shot it from perpendicular, horizontal. straight line, and you shoot it out 20 miles, and you walk down to that other end, and you still got that perfect laser, can you measure from that laser down to the Earth?
20 miles, only 20 miles away. Yeah, probably. 20
Are you
miles is
gonna
not
measure?
that much of a. It's not that much of a drop. But, yeah,
It's not that much of a drop, 20 miles.
not really. Especially a laser. Laser is not gonna. It's not gonna drop that much.
You're shooting your laser straight
Yeah.
from where you're standing. So
Yep.
you're saying you go 20 miles and you wouldn't be able, there wouldn't be a difference
There's gonna be a small drop. I mean,
over 20 miles?
yeah, just a small drop.
Oh,
Real small,
No.
but I mean, eventually the laser's just gonna shoot off into the atmosphere.
Have you ever used any leveling tools or anything like that?
No, not recently.
When you get your most powerful laser, how would you set that to horizontal?
The plumb and the square.
Plumb and the square.
Mm-hmm.
How would you work that? You know,
I could use the plumb and the square, or I could just have a surveyor just shoot something horizontal for me.
okay, would you not put a level on it, on top of it?
I might. I mean, why not?
Yeah. Because I mean, it's not hard to work out what a horizontal is, right? You don't want it firing up, and you don't want it firing down.
Yeah, shooting it horizontal is not the hard part.
No, making the laser that hasn't ever been made yet is the hard part.
Yeah, that'd be the hard part.
Yeah. And also, for me, imagining the ball, that's pretty hard. I can't. That's a pretty hard part.
There's your problem, Bev.
What?
You can't envision a ball.
No, I can see a ball. There's a few globes in the room now. I can see what a ball looks like.
Can you look at debate discussion? I put a circle in there.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Can you see it?
You put a circle. Okay. I see the picture above. I like that. Yeah, go
But
on.
imagine you're at point E, and you put a plumb bob down.
Like what am I doing on top of that circle?
Let's say you're at point E.
Is that like a climbing frame?
You put a plumb bob down.
Yeah.
Right. You created your horizontal line, HI. Now go a quarter of the way around the circle to C.
No, I'd
and you
walk
put your
along the
plumb bob.
horizontal, wouldn't I?
No, don't walk around on the horizontal. You'll be out in space. But go around to point C. It would be
I'd fall off.
G.
I reckon I'd fall off before I got to F. I reckon I'd be sliding.
Gravity's going to pull you towards the center.
What?
This is the globe.
No, that's ridiculous.
No,
that's
really.
the one that you have verticals perpendicular to verticals.
But if you go to...
That's where you have to have a vertical like a testicle. Right,
you go to point G,
there's only one real
you go to point
vertical
G,
there.
But if you go to point G and do a plumb bob, it would go towards the center.
Wouldn't it? It'd go in exactly the same way it would, because you know it points downwards, right?
It goes towards the center of the
perpendicular to horizontal.
I'm talking about a globe, though, so gravity pulls towards the center
have you
of the
never
circle.
have you never seen Page's proof?
No.
Well, you've nearly drawn a bit of it there.
But I was talking about earlier, a chord shows a hump. and you also have a drop, right?
Yeah,
If
where is the horizontal on there? Other than the one that actually looks like it might be pretty close to horizontal, a H.
HI.
HI.
We'll call that horizontal.
Yeah, yeah. What about, is there any more horizontals on that page? On that picture?
Sure, you could. Not really. You could draw them on there anywhere, but there's
Where?
not any
Go
drawn.
on. Could you draw another horizontal on there for us, just so we can check?
I could at point like F. I could do a horizontal there.
Okay. Now, would that be a tangent to the circle?
Tangent. Yes.
Okay. Would it have an angular change to that other horizontal?
Yes.
So could you at some point measure the angular difference between the horizontal and the horizontal?
Sure. Look at the picture above that one. See the picture above it? I have 3 different horizontals on a curve.
Yeah. Do you think you could measure that difference?
Yeah, I don't know how you would do it.
In the angle between the horizontal and the horizontal.
I'm sure there's some kind of tool you could use, but I'm not a surveyor.
I don't think they've made one yet for measuring the
But
angular difference between horizontals.
I was talking about drop and hump, right? Now look at the circle. You're at point E. CE. Do you see point E?
Yeah, it's at the top of the circle.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now if you look at the outside of the circle, everything drops down from point E. Right?
Yeah, if that's the top of the circle. If that's
sure.
what you're going to call the top of the circle. Yeah.
That would be the drop. Now if you look at chord...
What would be the drop of what? The circle?
The circle would drop away at every point from E.
Well, from that line HI.
Yeah,
from the tangent line to, yeah.
But if you look at chord AC, see chord AC.
Well, you mean EG.
It'd be EC. But anyway, that chord, there's a hump above it, right?
It's a sagitta, yeah.
There's a hump above that line.
There's a sagitta.
The circle.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like what I was saying,
from the
you have a drop.
F.
You have a drop from E, and you have a hump over AC. It's the same thing. It's the same circle. It's just how you're looking at it, your reference.
Yeah, but that's not horizontal.
It doesn't matter.
It does, because that's
what
we're dealing with in reality. That's what we use in order to measure and reference things from and to.
But you're talking about like Kozlowski has a hump.
In the model that Walter Bislin gave Jesse when he was driving over Dave's bridge, Rakia Life's bridge, right? That
sure.
He gave Jesse a hump model. That's the hump. Yeah.
And you even said it earlier. It was a chord, a hump over a chord. Now nutsack is a drop.
Yeah, that's like, Jesse's model. Yeah.
But like nutsack, he said he's got a drop. Well, that would be from E to the circle would be a drop either way. It's the same thing. It's how you're looking at it. Are you looking at a drop or are you looking at a chord with a hump over it? That's why I keep telling you it's the same thing.
It's not, because it's not level. Like,
it doesn't matter
what you're doing, no. See, what you're doing there, Brad, is you're letting your model override reality. Like, you are drawing pictures of circles and then assuming that a tangent is horizontal.
I'm just drawing pictures because it's easy to represent what's going on. It's an easy way to illustrate what's happening.
In your mind.
That's why I'm drawing circles.
Not in reality. In your mind.
I could explain it to you. And it wouldn't be that clear. But if I draw you a simple picture of a circle,
I
can
know,
make my
Brad.
point a lot easier.
I know the model.
Okay.
Right, and I know how the model is dictating what you're saying. But
can you see where I'm
the
coming
extra
from now,
benefit I seem to have is I know reality. And I can tell the difference between your model, the model, and reality. I can tell the difference.
They're the same. Yeah, they're the same.
They're not. Your model has fallacies all over it.
Says you.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see them. They're there for everyone to see.
But can you see where I'm coming from?
Are you not using Euclid?
And hump.
Are you not using Euclid when you're doing that stuff there?
Maybe.
What? Maybe.
But I'm talking about.
You don't even know what you're talking about, do you?
I haven't studied Euclid really.
No, I know
I've
you
done
haven't.
a little
So
bit
you're
of
just
geometry.
you're making this up.
I'm not making it up. But can you see my point where drop and hump, they're talking about the same thing. It's the curve.
No.
It's just looking at two different ways.
Unfortunately, Brad, yes, I can see what you're saying. But
okay,
if you don't understand the fact that there is a difference between a drop and a hump, then that's on you, Brad. It's got nothing to do with me. But it's the
same circle, right?
It's not.
It's the same circle. It's the same curve. It's just looking at it two different ways.
You're looking at it from your model. Your model is dictating everything you're saying.
But when you put that memes up and go the hump or the drop and they got it wrong, you know what I look at? It's the same thing.
Yeah, I know.
The same
Loads
curve.
of people say it's the same thing, but that's because that's what you have to have. You can't see the fallacy.
It's
the difference between the two. You have to have them being the same thing. It's the same as when you say a horizontal goes all the way around the ball that you think, right? So your horizontal is actually the circumference of a circle, isn't it?
Well, not really. That would be a level. The level.
Yeah, the level is
the way
like
I look
a
at
circle,
it, horizontal,
right?
The way I look at it is a horizontal is a straight line.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If you look at my circle, the straight line only is on the top. It only touches a circle at one point.
Yeah. You imagine a horizontal is a tangent to your model circle.
The horizontal doesn't wrap around the globe. It's just it would lay on top or the bottom or the side. No matter where you go, you can draw a new horizontal.
Yeah, which is will end up wrapping around the ball.
Do you seriously not see the fallacy there?
If you drew every horizontal, I don't know what it would look like. It might look kind of curved.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned calculus earlier, because the round earth model, we just have to use calculus to show that we can have an infinite number of horizontal points, which seems fine.
There you go. Yeah.
But your flat earth model, you're just sticking to normal, like just basic geometry.
Right. So do you imagine that there is an angular change? Do you imagine that horizontals intersect with each other? Bryce?
I would.
No, not you, Brad.
What do you mean?
You obviously.
Horizontals make parallels.
Yeah. Oh, right. Well, how do you have them intersecting? Have you not seen how Brad has his horizontals intersecting with each other?
No, if you
as
your horizontals approach infinity, you're gonna get a sphere. You're gonna get a circle.
Horizontals approach. What are you talking about?
The what? They're not. But you know what I'm saying, right?
Well, Brad, listen to Brad.
No.
Brad's telling you on your model they have to intersect.
Well, it depends. Well, yeah. I mean, if we're doing any normal number of horizontals, if we're doing like 1,000 horizontals, they're going to intersect.
Why?
Because we're getting horizontals that are oriented differently around the sphere.
Okay, so what is it that has taught you to say that? Did you ever do graphs?
Yeah, I've done graphs.
And you had an X and a Y axis on them?
Yep.
Right, so the Y axis went up.
X axis, yep, goes across.
Yeah, right. Now, those X axis, do they cut? That's horizontal, right? Vertical and horizontal.
Yep.
Right, did they ever touch or intersect the horizontal?
Yeah, at 0, yeah.
Well, all the horizontals intersected with each other.
Horizontals. Let me think. No, I don't think so. No.
No, so the horizontals were parallel in graphs.
Yeah.
And every time you've ever known horizontal, like horizontals are all parallel to the horizon.
Sure.
Right. So how do you get them intersecting?
Well, we just said if you get them.
They're always parallel with the horizon.
But now we're talking about a different thing.
We're talking about horizontals. Like the horizontal. There's only
Yeah.
one horizontal. There's no different horizontals. They don't.
No,
I say they don't intersect.
No, of course not. No, not on an XY axis mathematical thing. No, they don't.
No. Right. Okay. So not geometrically either then, because that's like mathematical, right? A horizontal is always parallel to a horizontal.
Yeah, this is a tautology. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how does Brad have horizontals intersecting with each other then? He was on about earlier measuring the angular difference between a horizontal and a horizontal.
When we draw tangents on a circle, then we will get tangents intersecting.
Yeah, tangents can intersect. You don't imagine that tangents are horizontal, do you?
No, I mean,
no. Oh, yeah,
tangents are definitely can be horizontal.
What?
Yeah, a tangent at 12 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
That is horizontal. Is horizontal. Tangent at 3 o'clock. That is horizontal. That might intersect with the 12 o'clock tangent.
Yeah, in a corner. So that would mean horizontal was perpendicular to horizontal.
Right.
Right? You think that sounds right?
Right. I mean.
Yeah. Horizontal can be perpendicular to horizontal, and also perpendicular to vertical. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure. Like, you've not done much of this in reality, have you? How much reality work have you ever done?
No, I've definitely understand the math about how we're.
You don't understand the math. You've just said a horizontal can be perpendicular to a horizontal. You don't understand anything. A horizontal can't be vertical. That's absolutely ridiculous, but that's what you've just said.
No, I think you're just strawmanning right now.
No, it's not a straw man.
I think you knew what I meant.
No, I know what you meant. You said horizontal was perpendicular to horizontal. You said that. You confirmed it twice. I'm not making a straw man out of you saying that.
Trying to explain how tangents on a circle can possibly intersect.
Yeah,
Which-
we know tangents can. I said that at the beginning. I said you
Right.
don't assume tangents are horizontal, do you? And you said yes, you did.
Okay. So tangents can't intersect on a circle, right?
Tangents can, yes.
Okay, that's not unreasonable.
No, that's not unreasonable at all. It's
Okay.
perfectly geometrically acceptable that tangents intersect. Yes.
Okay.
That's fine.
So what's the problem with the?
The problem
So
is
what's the problem?
you assuming that a tangent is horizontal. Well, that's just
I didn't
ridiculous.
assume anything. I'm saying we can make horizontal tangents. That's a possibility.
Yeah, you can. You could get if you get a ball, right, and then put it on the floor. Make sure the floor's level, right? Then the point that the ball touches the floor would be tangent to the point that it's touching. It would also be horizontal because it's been leveled. So it's a level floor that's horizontal that is a tangent to that sphere. Then you could put a level or a board on top of it and make that level. Then that would also be a horizontal plane that is tangent to that circle. So you would have two horizontal planes that were tangent to the circle. Only two. You couldn't do any more. That's your maximum. To any sphere, two horizontal planes. No more, no less. Well, you could have less. I suppose you could just have one. Or none by throwing a ball up in the air.
Okay.
Because a horizontal and a vertical are real life things. Right? They don't really exist in geometry. Right? Because they are what establishes the right angle for use in geometry, the real life application. Geometry, earth measurement, surveyors. Surveyors actually practice.
Bev, you should say.
What? Practice
Bev,
geometry.
you should say your geometry.
Pardon. Whose geometry?
Can we break it up? Your geometry and my geometry.
Well,
So we know the difference?
I use Euclidean geometry. Yeah. What
that's
geometry
like,
do you
deals
use,
with like
Brad?
planes, right?
What geometry do you use, Brad?
Spherical.
You use
Spherical geometry.
You use spherical geometry, okay? So
Yeah,
from
did you
now
see that
on,
book?
from now on in, right? You use spherical geometry terms, and I'll use Euclidean geometry terms. But be aware, I will tell you if you start using any of my terms. Okay?
All right.
Okay.
And then, does this turn into a word game again?
Well, you've lost straight lines.
Hey, did you see my my tweet today of that textbook, spherical geometry textbook?
Oh, you've been reading up?
Yeah. Did you see my tweet?
No, I
I
didn't.
sent you a tweet.
I didn't. I was.
No.
I was getting
You're
abused.
busy.
I was getting abused by Septic, wasn't I? I was trying to get him to man up to the debate that he wanted about geometry, but he wasn't after it. He wasn't having
I
it.
got a deal for you. Tell him you'll call him Daddy, and he might let you on.
Yeah, I'm not
Would you?
so sure.
Would you
that's
call him
happening.
Daddy?
Would I call who Daddy?
Yeah.
Who?
Every time you want to speak, you say Daddy. Can
Would
speak?
I call who?
Team Skeptic.
Septic. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be calling him Daddy.
Oh.
Do you call him
Because
Daddy?
if you did that, he might let you on if you agreed to that.
Do you call him Daddy?
No.
No.
But he's had people on there and he wants them to call him Daddy, and they never do.
No,
You see on his Twitter, it's
he's
father.
not going to talk to me.
Father
He's scared of talking to me with this geometry thing. He can't handle it.
But if we make the deal where you call him Daddy, I bet he would let you on.
Well, yeah, that's you. maybe impressive
You wouldn't
to
do
you.
it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of getting sidetracked here. Go ahead.
Yeah. You're very.
Very.
So we're going to continue on from here.
Geometry.
You're going to use spherical geometry, and I'm going to use Euclidean geometry, as do all surveyors. So you've lost your use of a straight line. Okay. You've also lost your use of vertical height distance, haven't you? You did know that, didn't you, Brad?
I think you
I
lose
didn't lose
parallels
anything.
too, don't you?
Yeah, he's got no parallels. No parallels, no straight lines, no vertical, yeah. You're assigned to the two-dimensional surface of a sphere. Brad.
I'm not agreeing to that.
It's your spherical geometry.
Yeah, but in my spherical geometry, I can still use straight lines and parallels and horizontals.
You've just.
Who says I can't? I'll have to buy that book.
Spherical geometry says you can't.
Hey Bev, you want me to blow your mind
Do you
right
have
now?
a spherical geometry book?
Go on then. Who's gonna blow my mind?
I'm gonna blow your mind. Now the oceans, according to our understanding of the major oceans, let's say the Atlantic and the Pacific, where are the deepest parts of these oceans?
I don't know what's that. Bathymetry.
Who measured the depth?
Or yeah, where's all the depth in the ocean?
I don't know.
Like-
Go on.
No. You missed my question.
Yeah. Who?
I said, who measured the depth?
The ocean.
You did it?
The oceanographers.
Yeah, somebody's told you.
The museum.
You've been out there and measured it?
The
You've been out there? You measured it yourself?
Well, somebody has lowered those instruments and measured the depth.
It'd be ultrasound,
they
won't
dropped
it?
the-
Come on.
Dropped the lines in there and
No,
yelled out marks.
no,
Alright,
they don't
so
drop
how are you gonna blow
lines.
Bev's mind?
Okay, so we're talking about bulge in the center, bulge in the middle
Oh yeah.
of so that there's your bulge. The oceans get deep in the middle. There's your bulge that you're looking for.
What, downwards?
How does this work on the canal that he's gonna go to?
Oh, I don't know about this canal. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying that on this globe Earth with our oceans, we got a nice big ass, bulge.
Cool
We
story.
got
Hey Bev,
Yeah,
hundreds
Rob.
or miles.
hey Bev,
Yeah.
did he blow your mind?
Not really. No.
Nah, I
He
didn't
does.
think so.
He doesn't want to seem to take on the spherical geometry challenge.
Yeah. Yeah, Brad.
I mean, I just
How do you apply this spherical geometry in reality, though? How would you actually apply your spherical geometry in reality? What instrument or what tool would you use to demonstrate your spherical geometry on the Earth?
I don't use spherical geometry. I think that's a word that was invented today.
You think spherical geometry's just been invented by Brad today?
Yeah, that's the first time I ever heard that expression. Spherical geometry. I never heard that before.
It's ridiculous, right?
That's funny right there.
Yeah, Brad.
That is funny.
Hey. You making up geometries, Brad? Next they'll be having Fight the Flat Earth telling you that parallel lines can intersect, straight lines can curve, triangles can have more than 180 degrees.
I mean, calculus is the study of curves. So.
Oh, is it?
I've heard of calculus, yeah.
Okay. Have you ever heard of triangles with more than 180 degrees, Bryce?
No, I haven't.
No.
No.
Can you
That's
imagine? Can you imagine how you
geometry
would
right there.
how you would make a triangle with more than 180 degrees?
No, I'm not sure how that's possible.
You know, there's some people that think that you can get a theodolite and go up a mountain and sight other mountains, and then, you know, make a triangle and add up all of those angles of the triangle and get them to add up to more than 180 degrees. It's quite a few of
Really?
them. Yeah, quite a few. Do you reckon you'd be one of them?
I think Brad's going to be, or not Brad, but Bryce is going to be surprised if he hangs around for a bit to hear what the main globe defenders are saying.
Oh, is this the coastline paradox?
The what?
Conundrum.
Is this the coastline paradox?
Coastline?
No.
Coastline?
The Kozlowski curvature conundrum. No, I don't know what you're. I think you're doing that. You can never actually measure something exactly, right? Is that what you're talking about, Bryce?
I was hoping Brad would stick to his spherical geometry.
I know he lost it, didn't he?
Yeah.
All right, up, Helgi's here now. You know, like we've got Helgi, Brad, and Bryce. All of you three, right? You all have that globe model.
Hey, Bev.
Yeah.
Can you show me this globe model?
Look in debate discussion. I just put a picture in there.
Yeah, spherical geometry.
Oh, I see. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Can you read that?
Spherical geometry is the geometry of the two-dimensional surface of a sphere. Wow.
What does it say about?
What
does it say about Euclid?
What's a two-dimensional surface, Brad?
What's it say about Euclid there?
Yeah, but Brad, before we get to that, what's a two-dimensional surface?
Two-dimensional surface?
Yeah.
It's not a flat plane?
It's not. It is length times breadth. That's 2 dimensions. They're the 2 dimensions. Length times breadth. That's a plane. Isn't it?
Ooh.
Oh.
You're roboting on me.
I am, or you are. A 2-dimensional surface, Brad.
Fine.
That's a plane, isn't it?
Keep reading my picture there.
Yeah, but
what does it say about Euclid?
Can we just get this sorted now, right? A 2-dimensional surface is a plane, isn't it?
Sounds good.
Right. Now, Bryce, would you say the surface of a sphere was 2-dimensional?
I don't know about that.
No. Brad, would you say the surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional?
I would say it'd be 3-dimensional.
Yeah, me too. Would you know?
3 dimensions within?
Go on. Sorry, Bruster.
Oh, I was just going to ask: can you use 3-dimensional in spherical geometry, Bev?
I don't think so. I think spherical geometry is the geometry of the 2-dimensional surface of a sphere. Where would you Where would you imagine the 2-dimensional surface of a sphere is, if a sphere is a 3-dimensional surface? Whereabouts would you put that 2-dimensional surface?
Yeah, you really need to read that first sentence very carefully. I read it a couple of times and looking crazier and crazier every time I read it.
It says
How
it's
do you
not
have?
Euclidean, right? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
It's
It says it's
non-Euclidean.
right.
Yes, it
Okay.
does say
So,
that.
yep. Okay.
So if
So,
we start
whoa,
using no,
whoa.
but hang on. Let me just say, if we start using Euclidean geometry, reality, and it matches Euclidean geometry, how do we use spherical geometry in reality?
I don't know. Do you? You have to have a two-dimensional surface of a sphere, and I don't think you have one of them because you've just admitted the surface of
No,
a sphere is
in your mind you
three-dimensional.
do.
No, no,
In
no.
your
Oh,
mind,
Bev.
you have a three-dimensional 2D space.
Bev, he's saying the same thing. I thought it was Brad
Yeah.
too. That's what I was asking
Yeah.
Brad. We're going at the same thing. Sorry. I thought it was Brad because Brad was wanting to go with the spherical geometry, and in his definition, or from Wikipedia, it says it's not Euclidean. So if he
Yeah,
wants
these
to
guys need
stick
to
with,
stop looking to Wikipedia for their answers.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, but wait a minute. It's not. What I'm saying is, if he wants to stick to spherical geometry, then he can't use Euclidean. So if he's wanting to define things within spherical geometry, that's what Bev was trying to do a minute ago. Was say, I'll go with Euclidean, you take spherical, and we'll match, toe to
Who
toe. And
matches
you can't.
reality?
Right. Well, yeah, okay.
I thought he was saying how he loved the word reality earlier. I
Yeah.
think that was Brad.
Yeah, it
I
was.
do.
Right.
That's one. And point. I
Yeah.
like point and reality. My two favorite
Yeah,
words.
point. Define a point. Can
Yeah.
you have
One
something
point.
horizontal at one point in Euclidean geometry and match that up with reality? You understand where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah, I've been around this already. Don't use point because it doesn't have length and width or
Well,
something.
no,
It's
no,
just
no.
one
We need to
point.
agree on the term. We need to agree what a point is.
I
Then
use
we can
point
move
for a
on.
lot of different meanings.
Yeah. Like I could point
When I
at
probably shouldn't.
yeah,
I just throw it out
you
there.
probably shouldn't.
I shouldn't. Yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah.
What you shouldn't do is conflate two different geometries.
That's right. No. But hey, I want one that I can apply to reality.
Yeah, and I'm talking to Brad. He shouldn't conflate the two different geometries because if he wants to stick with spherical, he can't use Euclidean.
That's right.
One reason I put the spherical geometry post up here is at the bottom of you see overview?
Yeah.
The bottom of the first paragraph, it talks about how you can have triangles that exceed 180 degrees. You guys were kind of talking about that.
Show me where this has been done.
I can't show you right now. I know it's been done by
Come back
surveyors.
when you got it, and I'll take it.
But surveyors, they make triangles over long distances, and
they do?
triangles
Okay.
exceed 180 degrees.
I want to know who did this.
Have you ever heard of spherical excess?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah.
How is it applied?
Yeah, these are sighted triangles, right, in reality. So you have to see each point that you are measuring from, right? You have to. Otherwise, you can't move your theodolite. Now, you're saying that a triangle with straight sides, 3 straight sides, 3 angles, adds up to more than 180 degrees, Brad, aren't you?
Well, the lines are curved.
How do you get a curved line when you are sighting triangles with a theodolite?
I think they call it a great circle.
You don't look. That's a concept, Brad, not something you see with your eyes through a theodolite.
Yeah.
I
See,
know.
I can't tell you,
I know you
surveyor.
don't know how to do any surveying, right? I know you don't know how to do it. So, for you to sit there and tell us, right, that these triangles, people are sighting. What did you call it? A great circle. through a theodolite and measuring angles with curved lines.
Would you call it a great circle through a theodolite? How far can you see in a theodolite?
You tell me, Brad. You tell me.
I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I don't have one. I've never done it.
Well, what are you talking about?
I thought you
then?
might know.
What are you going to say now
circle?
then, right? After saying you don't know and you've never seen anything, what are you going to say next, please?
My point was spherical geometry, triangles exceed 180 degrees. That's the only thing I wanted to bring up. That's why I posted this picture. I can't tell you about surveying and all that. I can't go there.
Brad, you brought up spherical geometry, and Bev asked you about it earlier. If you're going to use spherical geometry, you got to stick to it. He's going to stick to Euclidean, and you go the definition by definition. If you want to use spherical geometry, you got to stick to spherical geometry.
I'm going to have to get that textbook and do some studying.
Yep.
I was going to buy one for Bev.
You don't need to.
Yeah.
Does he have one?
I don't.
Do you have one, Bev?
I don't need one. I've no need.
Do you have one? Do you have one?
Do I have one what?
Maybe I could get a two for special. I could get one and I'll give one to you.
Do I have one what, Brad?
A spherical geometry book.
I don't need.
I found one on Amazon today.
I have some. I have some pages that were taken out of another book, but that was when they were changing the spherical geometry, and they were adding it in, spherical trigonometry rather. In the older Euclidean books, yeah, they took them out though. There's some funny bits. Yeah. They don't want that stuff for the consumption of the public.
That bad stuff would happen.
Well, there's too many contradictions in it, right? And especially at the time when Euclidean geometry was properly studied. I mean, you can imagine that a load of people that actually understood Euclidean geometry and the logic that goes with it, once somebody came along with something like spherical geometry and tried to tell them, no, this is the way it is, and they didn't really want it at the time.
You know what's kind of weird? My son just took geometry in high school, right?
Yeah.
And I asked him the other night, did you study Euclidean geometry? And he had no clue what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
in the United States, I don't think they teach them Euclidean so I'm not sure what they're teaching the kids.
No. Why do you reckon that is?
He didn't know what Euclidean geometry was.
Yeah. Why do you reckon that is, Brad?
I'm not sure. Apparently they don't teach that in the United States.
Yeah, it's to make people not understand logic. Because that's what geometry does. It teaches you a logical process. It teaches you how to gain proofs within life, sure. Right? So it's a very valuable exercise for critical thought that people don't want to taught.
When you think in a math class, they would go through the history of math. It started this kind of math, and then at this certain time, this guy came up with these ideas. And that's kind of when, and then we added algebra and trigonometry, and
Brad,
you think they would teach the kids that?
Wait, Brad, go look up the 7 liberal arts, and you might learn a little bit about that. How it's not taught anymore. Yeah. You should look it up. 7 liberal arts.
7 liberal.
Trivium and quadrivium, bud.
That's what we find ourselves
what they're teaching my kids.
Yeah, that's what we find doing here, Brad. We're teaching adults.
Maybe going to college and some bigger, further courses, maybe they would teach you that stuff.
No,
I was shocked my kid didn't know it.
They teach that here.
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now for my homework. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for my carpentry homework. Yeah.
Ah, yeah, practical.
Hey, Brad, do you think after 12 years of school? Brad, do you think after 12 years of school they'd have some time to talk about Euclid and the history of geometry and math and stuff like that? I mean, they do have 12 years to bring up the subject.
I missed about 3/4 of your sentence. You were kind of roboting on me.
Oh, I said, do you think in 12 years they could have brought up what Euclidean geometry is to the kids? They do have 12 years to bring this stuff up.
You would think, like
Seems
geometry,
like a long time, right? To not
like
talk
geometry,
about the basics.
but geometry, they only have 1 year of geometry. You know, they go algebra, geometry, advanced algebra.
What do you think that is?
Trigonometry, but only 1 year is geometry.
Yeah, well, yeah, like here it is only people that are going to work construction go to go Euclidean, but everyone else goes to something else like algebra and something like that, you know. So they don't get this what I'm learning, but they learn other mathematics.
Yeah, nice.
Can you really
I like
understand algebra deeply without understanding geometry?
You know, it's you can, but you can
think
go
so?
more in algebra. It's when it's more complicated.
Isn't that like running before you can walk?
I think they teach them to walk first.
Yeah, you learn.
No, but
basic,
to go straight
you learn basic
algebra, to go straight to algebra without understanding the basics of geometry, isn't that like running before?
I think it's just basic algebra. You know, it's not too complicated.
First you go basic.
They've split it up.
Something else.
For us, it goes algebra, geometry, advanced algebra, trigonometry.
You think the algebra came before the geometry, Brad?
No, you
it
say
did
it
when
does
I went
in
to
school, but you're
Oh,
putting
right.
the cart before the horse.
Yeah.
Algebra before geometry is what I'm saying.
I wonder if you could do it the other way around. Just take geometry first and then algebra and advanced algebra.
Well, that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it?
I don't make up the curriculum. How do you say curriculum?
No, but you can think for yourself and consider it be the other way. Does it make sense the way they do it?
There's probably a reason they do it the other way.
I'm sure there is. Oh yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to sidetrack on you, Bev.
It's okay. Well, what we do here, right? There's geometry, but then there's reality, and we join the two together, right, to get the real term. Because it's no good just living in geometry, right? That you'll get nowhere just living in geometry.
Hang on. But Bev, can I just say something?
Yeah.
We don't live in geometry.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
That's exactly what he just said. 100%.
Yeah. So what we do is
I know. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here.
We use the geometry in reality, right? Because geometry, the real terms for the real word means earth measurement, right? So geometry is made for measuring the earth. That's a literal translation of it. Earth measurement, right? So in order to measure the land, which is what surveyors do, right, they use Euclidean geometry, right? And they use the proportions of vertical and horizontal as the two reference frames to measure angles from. But more than that, the fact that vertical and horizontal meet perpendicularly means that is the right angle of a triangle. Now, that right angle of a triangle is very important. But it's very important for a geometrical sense, because we can use the proportions of that triangle with that right angle as though it's within a semicircle. And then we can use the functions of the angles and the relationship between the angle and the hypotenuse. The hypotenuse becomes diameter. The right angle becomes the tangential point that touches the circumference of the circle. And because of that, we can reference the angles and the sides of that triangle, and we will have a trigonometry. We can use trigonometry to measure distances and angles. Mainly distances, because that's what you're after, trying to find the distance to measure within reality, right? So we use all of that in reality. So what we do is we blend the geometry with reality, and we use the skills that we have in geometry to teach us logic, and we use the logical process to learn things. Who's on the piano, gods?
Oh, sorry.
Playing the piano.
Sorry, I forgot to mute. I was listening to that clip that the guy posted with eyes wide shut. Sorry.
So yeah. So what I think you're doing is you're getting lost in the imaginary geometry around your model, and you don't seem to have a way of ever linking that imagination and that thought into a reality position. Especially you, Brad. I mean, you'd be proper messed up because you say you use spherical geometry. Well, there's no surveying tools that use spherical geometry because it's the geometry of the two-dimensional surface of a sphere. Well, we live in a 3D world. We have a vertical. You don't have that in your geometry. So you're stuck already.
Yeah,
Brad.
that kind of breaks your whole reality. Do we want to agree on what a point is now?
It's a nothing. Right? That's what he knows that. You can't have a nothing being a line that you call perpendicular.
A line's a line. A line's not a point, though.
Yeah. A line needs 2 points, one at each end. And the line is the distance, the straight line in between those 2 points that lies
So do
evenly.
the ballers want, like, horizontal points? Like, just infinite points?
Yeah, you
like
can't.
Pixels, like everything is a pixel.
I think that's what they want. That's why Brad particularly likes the word point at the minute. Rumpus uses it a lot. The horizontal at a point. But it's a fallacy. Because a horizontal is a straight line. And a straight line is separated by 2 points. 2, not 1, 2. And also, if you use Euclidean geometry, that
works so much better in reality.
Euclidean. Yeah, it'd be much better if you call it reality geometry. Seriously, it would be.
I think that's why they call everything else other than Euclidean just non-Euclidean.
Yeah, not.
Right?
Yeah.
I like that Euclid guy.
It's the difference between a fiction and non-fiction book.
Yeah. Yeah. It either is or it isn't. That's it. But like, yeah, one of the postulates of Euclidean geometry is that a terminated straight line can be extended indefinitely in a straight line. So I think that's why they like to go to a point, right? Because the very second they make it a line, then it's built into the postulates that you can extend that line forever in a straight line. So there's no such thing as a straight line at a point in Euclidean geometry, because any straight line can be extended indefinitely. Built into the postulates.
Can we do that in reality?
Extend a straight line forever. Yeah. Yeah, of course you can. It wouldn't ever bend,
straight
would
lines
it?
have to. Yeah, it would have to bend at some point, wouldn't
Why?
it? In reality, to match that straight line in spherical geometry is still
Oh well,
being
no.
a
In
straight line.
reality, you don't get the two models mixed up there.
That's what that's what they're doing.
Well, that's what
There's
they
no straight
do,
lines
not
in
us.
spherical geometry.
Yeah, there's no straight lines in spherical geometry. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like so, but we can have straight lines in reality. Like
Yeah,
straight.
we do have straight lines in reality. Are we saying it? We were
But they
talking
say they're
to
not
Buster.
straight.
Yeah, we were talking to Buster earlier, right? When one of the postulates or axioms within spherical geometry is that there are no parallel lines. Not possible. That was the problem with Euclidean geometry, was parallel lines, right? Or what they call the parallel postulate, which isn't even that. That's a mind trick in itself. You'd have to remember us about that.
Well, yeah,
Buster.
because you got to think about it. It's also a mind trick that we know we have parallel lines in reality called train tracks. They have to be parallel. They have to, but they don't look parallel ever.
Well, in spherical
Never do
geometry,
they ever look parallel.
Yeah, in spherical geometry, there are no parallel lines. Not one. You're not allowed to have
so how
them.
do they build train tracks then?
Well,
I'm gonna have to, like,
that's
my dad,
a fallacy, right?
My dad used to work for the railroad.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't have a clue about how they built the train tracks. I don't think.
If you've got a postulate that says there are no parallel lines in spherical geometry, and then you can point to train tracks, then surely by conclusion,
geometry is not reality.
Yeah, well done. You've just made a logical statement.
Man, I've been in this conversation.
Maybe this is why
for 5
trains
years,
became
man.
obsolete.
Yeah, because once, man, and we went into
Trains
flight.
are far from obsolete.
No, I know. My dad worked for the railway for like 40 years or something.
No, the other guy said they're obsolete. They're far from obsolete.
We have to shut down these trains because we can't possibly have train tracks.
You can't have train tracks in spherical geometry.
Right.
Can I butt in here a minute?
Don't forget you can't have straight lines.
Can I say something?
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to head out.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been nice talking to you guys.
Yeah. See you later,
Hey,
Brad.
thanks a lot, Brad.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Okay. Bye.
See you later. I like Brad.
I like Brad too.
Yeah.
He was calm, cool. He didn't eat his mic.
Yeah, he's got his mic fixed.
No, just every other baller that I talk to or chance to talk to, they eat it. They get real loud, and I'm a loud person.
Hey, Bryce.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of the conversation here? Is a lot different than what you're used to?
Yeah, it's a little different. But, I mean, I haven't really heard anything different than what I've heard before.
Oh, you've heard all this before?
Well, most of the discussion was about water level, and I've heard the water level stuff before.
Nice. Who did you hear that from?
Just everywhere, like any flat earth, anything. Anytime you talk with a true believer, they'll talk about water level.
A true believer?
Yeah.
What,
like somebody who stands on an intersection and yells at people.
Oh, wow.
What about, like, level being horizontal?
Yeah.
Do you still have a level, a horizontal level, or?
Sure.
Yeah. So you do have level being horizontal.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. But you know what that means, don't you? It means
No, what does it mean?
you're one of us. Well done. That was nice. How you found your home?
No.
Yeah, I'm.
You can have a water level on the sphere.
It's
You
not
just have
allowed. It's not allowed to be horizontal.
on the sphere we have
level.
hundreds,
Level
we
isn't
have
allowed
millions.
to be horizontal.
No, we have a lot of levels on a sphere, but on your model you just have one level. That's the only difference.
No, we have loads of different levels. Right?
Well,
that's
you
how
have
you
one.
tell the difference in elevation.
Right, but you think that all you need is your one level, right?
What do you mean?
On your flat
No, there's
on the
loads
flat.
of different elevations. That's, I mean, I don't know what you're struggling with.
No, because originally you showed me this water level you have set up in your room.
Yeah.
And that's where you started from. You just said, yeah.
Yeah.
But
does,
if I'm going to go
that's what
talk
it
about
does.
on a globe Earth, and if I'm going to start talking about water levels on a globe Earth,
yeah,
I'm going to talk about water levels in many different places.
Oh, right, I get it. So you do have level being horizontal, but you just have horizontal not being horizontal. You have horizontal
Not being a straight line.
Well, no, well,
Horizontal.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Bryce, go on. Your horizontal goes all the way round the outside of a sphere and comes back.
How about?
Yeah.
Maybe a lot of these guys are just worried about the ridicule.
No,
no.
I really think that it takes a while for it to sink in, right?
To click?
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, for me, it clicks pretty quick.
I bet you've been away from TV for a few years.
Oh, like television?
Yeah.
Oh, I actually, yeah. But see, I have my other little black screen. I got my phone, and like, if I want to watch something, I'll watch something. But the thing is, I'm not watching commercials.
Yeah. Well, it's
but
all of the movies as well. It's all in there. Oh, I don't.
Yeah.
What about you, Bryce?
I'll tell you.
Yeah, I was gonna ask
Do you watch TV?
You ever? Yeah.
A lot.
Well, I mean, like once a year, yeah.
Like once a year, or just sort of like every day?
Like once a year.
Oh, so that's not much then. You...
No, it's not much at all. That means if I live to the age of 70, I've only watched TV 70 times.
Okay, so what do you watch on TV then? What's your favourite?
Sometimes a sporting event. Yeah, sporting event, generally.
Okay.
I like all the sports. But I was going to ask you, you guys ever live in an apartment building?
No.
So yes.
Like, apartment building, it rains, right? The rain collects on the roof. It gets wet.
Yes.
You ever experience water leaking into your apartment? Like it rains on the roof?
Let's say yes.
Yes. Okay, so on this flat Earth, we got a lot of water, right? A lot of water in the ocean and the rivers.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so does this water ever leak off this flat Earth?
Off of what?
Off the flat Earth, like does it?
Well, see, you. I think the problem. No, see, the problem here is, in my belief, there's no edge. Okay, I can't envision an edge. I know that water needs to be contained.
Okay.
Right? So, if you've been here any amount of time, what an AE map looks like.
An A map, right? Or what?
An AE map, an azimuthal equidistant projection.
Azimuthal.
It's just a project. It's just a projection. I'm not ascribing to that map. right? But what I want to tell you is I do believe that if the sun travels in a circular pattern, it will create somewhat of a circular impression in the ice, which would leave us with what we call
An ice wall.
I have whatever. Water has to be.
There
But
doesn't
I
have
have
to be
no
an ice
idea
wall.
what's
There,
beyond the shoreline.
there doesn't
Beyond.
have to be an ice wall.
It doesn't have to be a wall. It has to be a shoreline. Do you understand what a shoreline is?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know how far out and how far up that shoreline gets. I don't know that, so I'm not going to say that it is something, but I'm going to say water needs to be contained. It doesn't stick to the outside of a ball. We know that in reality.
Or we have all kinds of things containing the water on a ball.
Yeah, how are you going to contain water on a ball?
We use the gravity.
Gravity what? What? Gravity doesn't pull anything, bro.
Well, everything.
Are you familiar with Veritasium?
No.
The channel? You should check them out. They just did this article on saying how gravity is not a force. It's the bending of a conceptual medium known as space-time.
Right.
Yeah, I can picture it now.
Well, I was using the layman's.
But yeah, I'm trying to talk to you about reality, bro.
Okay. No, I accept that.
Water needs to be contained.
Gravity is.
I know that. So if you want to call this ice wall Antarctica, I will call Antarctica everything outside of the sun's ability to heat up. Once you start opening these brain cells, you'll get it, and it'll click, and you'll be like, "Oh, we can just live here in this created place." So it doesn't have to be a ball flying in outer space. It doesn't have to be a disc shooting up at 9.8 meters per second to be lived in.
So the outside of the Earth is just a shoreline.
I have no idea. No. Earth is the dry land. Okay.
So you have no idea. So you have no clue what's containing all this water.
I know that there's a shoreline.
Do you have a clue?
There has. I don't really have all the answers, but I know that the water seeking its level is true. I don't claim to know everything.
Here's the thing, Bryce.
I don't think it's a ball. I don't think it's a ball flying through outer space.
Here's the thing, Bryce. If we're able to show that level is horizontal, then that's a foundation in which you must build your reality from. Regardless if there's an ice wall, plane, or a disc, or whatever the fuck it is, it doesn't matter. It's still a known truth foundation in which you must build your reality from, right?
Oh, that water is a level?
No, that level is horizontal.
Level is horizontal, okay.
Bryce already has level being horizontal, right? He doesn't understand the implications of what he's saying. He just hasn't got it, right? The implications of it haven't sunk in yet. He still sees an out where he can have level being horizontal and the model.
I already, like, all those ideas that you bounced off, I already, like, heard all those arguments, like, a long time ago.
What arguments?
Like the water level and stuff.
So you've talked to someone about the tool, the water level, and being able to survey that out and whatnot, then?
I've heard adjacent arguments, yeah.
Not sure what that means.
I'm not sure what adjacent argument means, but that's like I guess sort of like opposite.
Let me ask you
Not
this,
really.
Bryce.
Go
Do you
ahead.
think if water, if level is horizontal, there's implications to that?
Absolutely, yeah.
What do you think they are?
They're gonna call you a flat earther.
I mean, this is not like it's not earth shattering. It's not doesn't
No,
change
no, it's not.
the
No,
entire our entire being or existence, or it's not.
no, it doesn't actually change it. But it actually, your outlook on it might change. Might.
I just think it's kind of good to know that water finds its level, but it's not going to.
No,
Yeah,
that
Yeah,
level's
it's good. Yeah,
horizontal.
that is good.
Yeah, water finds its level, but level is also horizontal.
right. I mean, it's interesting, but I mean, I wouldn't like I wouldn't defund NASA. I wouldn't end.
We
I wouldn't
can't defund
rewrite
NASA,
all
can we?
We
I
never
wouldn't
taught.
rewrite all the
Yeah.
natural science books. I wouldn't
So,
change
so
everything in the
you,
world just
why,
because.
why? Wait, hang on.
Yeah, we
Are
never
you
brought
white
up
knighting
NASA.
for NASA now? Wait, why?
I mean,
Nobody
I
said
wouldn't
anything
change
about.
like everything in the world right now that we depend on, assuming that the world is round. I wouldn't reverse all of that just because
Do you think you would
water
do
is
that
always level.
if level was horizontal? Do you think you would have to do that?
If level was horizontal.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like all these things that we have in place, which assume around Earth, a spherical Earth, all the things we have in place. I'm sure all
Yeah,
those people.
I just find it strange that you had to throw that into that word "assume" in there. Why?
Well,
Why?
you just asked me like how this knowledge would change, would change things.
Yeah.
It won't change things.
It
It's not right.
won't change a thing.
Well, let's make everybody in the world watch your arguments about water being level.
No.
No,
I mean,
level being
people are
horizontal.
Level being horizontal, right?
Level
Okay,
being
so
horizontal.
everybody in the world gets educated about level being horizontal.
No.
It
is
people in this
like
world are
no.
gonna believe
You see, we don't have to educate everybody in the world because everybody in the world, mostly, will say that level is horizontal. Like when you came in here, you said that level is horizontal. You still say at the minute level is horizontal, right? Nothing's changed for you, and nothing's changed for us, right? But you seem to take it one step further and make it into something else, right? Nobody else here is on about defunding NASA or changing textbooks or doing anything like that at all. All we are doing here is trying to help people understand about reality and how reality works.
I think everybody understands that.
Okay, so level being horizontal. If you just check in the debate discussion, there's a clip that I've put in there. Fight the Flat Earth and Jesse. It's only 30 seconds long. But in that, you will hear what Fight the Flat Earth thinks about me. Because he said something about me, and I said, what? That water is level. And he said, no. You don't think that water is level. He says, you think that level is horizontal, which is wrong. And the implications of that means that you're a flat earther. So the implications of you...
Level is horizontal.
Yeah, level. If you think level is horizontal, to fight the flat earth, and many other people now. If you say that level is horizontal, then you're a flat earther. Did you not know that? It seems a bit weird, really, isn't it? Because like it's a lot of reality based in that. Do you think you will now change your opinion on level being horizontal because Fight the Flat Earth will call you a flat earther? I mean, he does fight the flat Earth. So he.
I don't know about that. Yes.
Be ready for Fight the Flat Earth coming to fight you because you think level is horizontal. Actually, if you teach any children He'll call you a child abuser.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, you want to watch out. That level saying level is horizontal to the wrong people round here will get them calling you a child abuser. They might even say you're doxing people. They'll do anything to stop talking to you.
So he thinks you're a child abuser?
Yeah, he's said it publicly many times.
For saying level is horizontal.
Yep.
So what does he believe?
Like the flat earth. He believes that people who he decides are flat earthers, who say they're not flat earthers, because I'm not a flat earther. I'm just a realist. So yeah, he thinks that anybody that thinks level is horizontal, or thinks anybody he wants to put in the group of flat earthers, they're fair game. You can do whatever you want with them. You can call them names.
So what does he think level is?
Curved, obviously.
He thinks level is a curve.
Yeah. He thinks straight lines curve.
Okay, so he would think level is anything that kind of just conforms to the Earth in some way.
He just well, I don't know. He doesn't actually think anything. He just thinks that anybody who thinks that level is horizontal can be attacked and ridiculed. He makes a lot of money out of ridiculing people who think that level is horizontal.
Well, he probably thinks that saying that level is horizontal, he probably thinks that's like that is getting your foot in the door towards flat Earth theory.
Yeah. PhD Tony says that Euclidean geometry he calls that flat Earth geometry. Did you know that? PhD Tony.
Well, probably because flat earthers like to use Euclidean geometry to poke holes in sphere Earth theory.
Oh, that's a nice theory. I like that. You call the globe Earth theory? Did you just say
globe Earth theory?
Yeah.
Do you have a problem with Euclidean geometry?
No, I think seems pretty useful. Seems useful for surveying and all kinds of stuff. Most practical things.
Do you know why a PhD guy would say it's flat Earth geometry then?
Oh yeah. Because it's because flat earthers like to use Euclidean geometry to help prove flat Earth.
I'll prove flat Earth.
Or
like it's not two-dimensional, is it? It's definitely not two-dimensional. If surveyors measure an elevation change in the vertical, then surveyors are measuring a change in 3 dimensions. It's not flat. How can they prove flat when they are using 3 dimensions? It's like whatever's going through your head when you're saying these words, they are not making sense, are they? Like, do you want to get this idea now of what flat Earth is?
What is flat Earth?
It's not two-dimensional, is it?
It's just length and width, right?
Yeah, that's what a flat is.
Mm-hmm.
Right, now there is a vertical change in elevation, right?
Yeah, all over the place.
So that proves it's not flat, doesn't it? So you can't use geometry that surveyors use in order to survey to prove 2 dimensions, because there's a change in 3 dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
So it's absolutely ridiculous saying what you say.
That what? That we can't.
That you say that Euclidean people try to use Euclidean geometry to prove a flat Earth.
Well,
when in
you
fact,
use
Euclidean geometry surveys prove that it is impossible to have a flat Earth.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but when you do your stuff on the whiteboard, you're using Euclidean geometry, right?
Yeah.
And that's, and
It's the
you use that
geometry
to
of
help.
reality.
You use that and then parlay that into your three-dimensional surveyor argument.
Yeah, Euclidean geometry is a series of books, right? That progressively
Yeah, that's the
get
word.
more and
That's the
more,
word.
right? Book 11 is solid geometry, three-dimensional geometry, right? So Euclidean geometry is three-dimensional, not two. Three.
What's the geometry you use on your whiteboard?
I only ever use Euclidean geometry. I have no need for any other kind of geometry ever. Euclidean geometry is perfect as far as I'm concerned. I have no need for any other geometry.
So is that your only thing that you go after? Is the water levels and the geometry? Is that?
It's a proof.
Is that your?
Yeah, I've got many proofs that level is horizontal. Many.
So that's the only topic that you discuss.
No, it's just logic as well. We do logic and the geometry, and we do the water level. We've got a test that we're going to do. We're just trying to gather resources or whatever in order to do it. That water level test we were talking of earlier. That we're doing that. Actually doing it. In reality.
And will you ever go out to the ocean and go on this level water and then eventually go out far enough to hit the ice ring?
No, I'm a carer. I've got to stay here looking after me missus and me lad.
Well, it seems like nobody's found the time to do it.
Are you gonna? Have you got time? Are you doing it?
I don't have time.
Okay.
But isn't it funny that nobody
hold on, dude. I didn't hear anybody in here mention an ice wall except for you.
Yeah. I love it.
Okay,
he's the one mentioning flat as well. He's mentioned flat loads.
The beach wall.
I didn't hear anybody in here mention any wall.
Okay, I didn't know exactly what to call it, but...
Well, I didn't hear anybody in here mention any of that stuff.
The end of the ocean, right?
I didn't hear anybody mention any end of the ocean.
The ocean's going to end eventually, right?
I don't know, is it?
Oh, we're talking about water level, right?
What's that have to do with the ocean's ending?
Well, we don't have an infinite amount of water in the ocean, right?
How do you know?
Like, we have oceans, we have water on the Earth.
Have you measured?
And it's eventually gonna, you're gonna run into the container of where the edge of it is, right?
Oh, yeah?
I don't know. We're going into the imagination now, right, Bryce? You're back in imagination land.
Well, I'm just trying to be sensible, right?
No, you're just starting to imagine things.
I mean, it's a pretty sensible question, right? So we have oceans.
There is water.
You go to the beach. Go to the beach.
There is water.
There's an edge, right? You go to the river. You see the banks on the river.
Yeah.
So the ocean, if you go out towards the ice wall where it's supposed to be.
I don't know.
What ice wall?
Where's
Nobody
that?
mentioned an ice wall.
Oh, okay.
Nobody said ice wall.
You know what I mean.
No.
Because somebody...
Yeah, but nobody mentioned anything about
Somebody
ice
brought
wall.
up the azimuthal map earlier, right?
Yeah,
the
and they
azimuth
said
What's
the
the
ice
map?
wall on the outside,
also
right?
when they brought it up, they said that's not what they subscribed to. They were just using it as an example.
Okay, well, I think the azimuthal map is it's pretty decent. If you're flat, if you think the Earth is flat, that's a pretty decent map to use, right?
Well, that's your opinion, though.
I think a lot of people.
You know, all maps are flat. Have you got any? Have you ever seen a curved map? Ever?
No, people don't use curved maps.
Why don't people use curved maps?
It's just inconvenient to use.
Why?
It's inconvenient. Most people like to lay a map on a table.
Yeah. So it makes it's handy, right? That it's a flat maps. All maps are flat. Would you be okay with that?
Yes.
Statement. All maps are flat.
That's right.
Have you done any geometry at all?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever looked into Gaussian curvature?
Gaussian curvature.
Yeah.
No.
Right. You've heard of Gauss? Yeah, he's a mathematician.
Barely.
Apparently, or barely. Well, when he did it, he made this. He sort of worked out what geometry you would use. By the triangles that you made on the surface. So the triangles, if you have 180 degrees in your triangle, then you use Euclidean geometry. If you have more than 180 degrees, then you use spherical geometry. If you have less, you use hyperbolic. But within that, he has a thing called Gaussian curvature. Now, within that, he sort of describes all the different shapes and everything, and whether they are within the curvature model, whether they are a developable surface or a non-developable surface. And the difference between the two being a developable surface is one that is able to be expressed on a two-dimensional plane. You know, like a cone or a cylinder. You know, all of those sort of shapes. You can unfold them and lay them out onto a two-dimensional surface. And without, they just go like that. Well, that's a developable surface. Then with that, they have a non-developable surface. And a non-developable surface is one that can't be expressed onto a two-dimensional plane without distortion. Now, a sphere is a non-developable surface in any metric, right? So it cannot be expressed on a two-dimensional surface without distortion.
Yep.
So that's okay with you, right?
Yep.
So how do you have a two-scale map on a two-dimensional surface plane, like a normal map, of something that is supposedly meant to be a non-developable surface?
I mean, it's not an easy task, particularly.
It's an impossible task, isn't it? Even within your own geometric metrics of
because the
what it says.
purpose of a map is to help us know where places are. So it's perfectly possible to make a two-dimensional map, which informs people about how to navigate, get around the Earth.
Yeah, to scale as well means that it's accurate. All the dimensions are the same, right? It's a scale. One something is equal to whatever, right? That's the ratio of how maps are scaled.
Yep, they're all scaled. Yep.
Well, that scaling means that it's the same all the way across the map, right? There's no distortion anywhere across the map because the scale doesn't alter.
Right.
Right. So that would suggest
until you try to put it on a ball.
Well, it means that the maps can't have come from a ball because the ball is a non-developable surface, which means it can't be expressed on a two-dimensional surface without distortion. But a map is a
That's why they say all maps
two-dimensional
are wrong,
surface.
because they try and put them on a spherical surface.
Yeah, but they can't have it. They can't have a two-scale map. That's wrong.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know if they want to put it on a ball.
Yeah. How would you explain that then, Bryce? You know.
I just trust that maps are right to scale.
I never really have a hard time knowing where to go when I use a map. They seem pretty useful.
Yeah. So would that seem to say anything about the whether it's a non-developable surface or a developable surface?
I don't know exactly. I think I'm not really sure, honestly. I mean, I don't think the curvature of the Earth really is a big obstacle to people who make maps.
Really? You said that nonchalantly, very easy, very flippantly. The curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, because it's something because
you know it's there, right? The
right.
way you said it.
The thing is, the practice cartography, the practice of developing maps. I mean, it's been going on for thousands of years, and people know like just how to do it. Despite all the
Always on a flat surface, right?
I don't know about that. I mean, cartographers, people that make maps, are just very good at knowing how to make that two-dimensional projection.
Yeah, it's not a projection, is it? What they do is they get the elevations and the positions and the points and all of that, and they just express it onto a flat piece of paper. It's very easy. You start off with your baseline, so you do triangulation to find your points and all of that. You use differential leveling to work out the elevation changes, and you mark them as contour lines. That's easy how maps work. I mean, there's no projection there. It's a straight plot to scale.
Okay. So is this supposed to help prove flat Earth, or?
Listen, how can I prove something I've already told you I've completely disproved?
Okay. I mean, this just proves that the people who make these maps are just very good at making maps, because it seems like it's a hard task, right? To make a two-dimensional map coming from a spherical thing, and seems like a difficult.
Have you ever made a map? Have you ever tried to make a map? Have you ever been tasked with making a map?
I don't think so. No.
Oh.
But it's just one of those things that, I mean, I think we've done a bang-up job making them as human beings. People in charge of making maps.
Yeah. Very good, aren't they? Especially the two scale ones. I mean, in the UK we have some fantastic maps that the army use and all of that for orienteering.
Yeah, the British were some of the first people to sail all the way around the world.
Would you think?
Yeah, which It's a very hard task to sail around a big sphere.
The British, you say?
Yep, the British.
I doubt that.
British, many European civilizations.
Yeah, Europeans.
You still think you're on a ball?
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought you said level was horizontal.
Sure, I mean, I'm willing to accept that.
So which one is it?
I don't really have a preference.
So either level is horizontal or you're on a ball.
I don't think it's that simple.
Yeah, I think it is. It's that simple.
I say he doesn't understand the implications of what he said.
Well,
just yet.
okay, I'll accept level as horizontal. And my hypothesis is that if you go on a boat and you go out on the ocean, you can sail in any direction you want forever and ever and ever, and you're not going to run into an ice wall or a barrier or the edge of the world. It's just never going to happen because you're on a sphere. You might run into Antarctica or the North Pole or China, but not the ice wall. But sure, level is horizontal. That's fine. I can accept both outcomes would happen. And that's exactly what happens. Because I'm still sitting here waiting for proof of this edge of the world where all the water just kind of hangs out.
Nobody's ever going to give you proof of that. You know you're going to have to go and find that for yourself.
I'm never going to find it for myself.
Well, you're never going to get it then. It's pointless. You're sitting there waiting for somebody else to bring you proof that only you can find.
Well, many people have actually tried and nobody's done it.
Who? Who's tried?
Well, since man started going out on the seas and exploring, they've sailed all over the world.
Who?
Probably, if you add up all the nautical miles that man has sailed around the world, probably be in the billions.
How many of
Is
you?
Your concept of a globe in your mind, or is it somewhere else?
It's in my mind.
Exactly.
Everything. Well, just like everyone else, everybody. All my thoughts are in my mind. I don't know where else they could be.
Of your globe, then, were you the one that had pictures from space as your proof?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that your best proof of the model that you think you live on?
Yeah, I think it's basically tied for the best proof. I think the tied for the best proof is the movement of the sun.
Right, so the sun moving and pictures from space are both tied for the best proof that you have for the model that you think you live on.
Yeah.
Right, there's no wonder that you keep saying believe and all of that, because you must have an imagination, right? You must know that those proofs that you have are not solid proofs at all. If they're your two best tied, it's pretty shaky ground, right?
I think they're very good. I think they're very good proofs.
How would you match those for the proofs that you've seen of us do tonight, just for level being horizontal?
I think. Well, those level horizontals. You said those were never proofs of flat Earth.
No, I didn't say they were proof of flat Earth. I said they were a proof of level being horizontal. Now, you agreed that level was horizontal, so you must have agreed that they were pretty good proofs to convince you that level was being horizontal.
Right. Oh, those were pretty good.
Yeah, they were pretty good proofs. Where would you rate your proofs of the whatever the space pictures and the sun moving as proofs up against the level is horizontal? Where would you rate them?
I would rate. Yeah, I would rate the NASA and the sun movement. I would rate that as far and above better proofs.
Than level being horizontal.
Yeah.
Did you say sun movement?
Yeah, the sun.
Yeah, he did. He didn't notice. Don't worry.
He's got that backwards, hasn't he?
Yeah, yes, of course he has.
Oh yeah, the Earth rotating and the sun appears to move across the sky.
Yeah. Yeah, nicely changed.
But yeah, the sunset is good proof of the Earth rotating.
Really?
The sun moving as it sets.
Yeah.
The sunset.
Sunset, yeah. Because if the flat Earth model is correct, where the sun rotates above the Earth, then around dusk, around nighttime, we should be able to take a high zoom camera and zoom in and see the sun again.
Have you ever heard of atmospheric light extinction?
No, is that a fancy way of saying like when it gets dark, you just can't see anything anymore?
That's right. Like on a cloudy day, right? It gets dark outside.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
Are you guys sticking around for a bit? Because I need to go and get some kit, but I'll leave it running if you're sticking around.
No, it's late.
Yeah, I'll be hanging up. All right, guys.
Are you going? Yeah, pop
Yeah.
around again, Bryce. So we've got plenty of more stuff. Bring whatever you've got next time. Bring us some. See what you can find out about the curve level.
The curve level, right?
Yeah, the curve level from your model. Fight the Flat Earth. Go and ask Fight the Flat Earth why he's so what he thinks of you thinking that level's horizontal. Tell him you've seen a good proof or two.
Yeah, I'll tell him I'm no threat to him.
Right.
Yeah, he's been talking.